under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the March 31st, 2014 Board of Commissioners meeting. I'd like to start with two quick announcements. The first is I would like to call everyone's attention to a stack of flyers on the back table that announce the Radnor free tree giveaway. Deadline is coming up. It's on the 26th, and you can get a free tree from Radnor. It's through the Big Tree program, which is run by Radnor Conservancy, Chanticleer, and the Township. And you need to pre-register for your tree. So please pick up a flyer, participate, and you get a free oak or maple. The second announcement I'd like to make is that we have a short agenda tonight. However, I believe we will have a long discussion tonight, and I believe we will have many people who want to speak tonight. With that in mind, as you know, we have what we have called the soft 5-minute rule. And I would just like everyone to be on notice that tonight's soft 5-minute rule will be a little less soft. And after 5 minutes, you will get your gentle warning. But if you can't wrap it up right after 5 minutes, you will get a not so gentle warning, and you'll be directed to stop. We don't have public participation at the beginning of the meeting on the agenda, but I'm going to allow it solely as a courtesy for anybody who is here and cannot stay to comment at the appropriate time. So if there's anyone who would like to do that, come on up.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Tom Costello, Jr., and I have 4 points and 2 brief comments about the proposed ordinance. My 4 points are, Villanova has been working with the community and township for more than 2 years on the project, and the university has incorporated many inputs and good suggestions that have been received from both the community and the township. The ordinance would allow for the construction of the facilities that Villanova needs, specifically more beds to both students out of the neighborhood and into campus, plus a performing arts center. And my last point is the ordinance would allow for a project that will improve traffic flow, pedestrian safety, and stormwater management. Just 2 brief points, please. One, on the pedestrian safety. I'm happy to see that the plan includes a pedestrian bridge over Lancaster Pike, which I believe was a suggestion from the township. And the second point deals with the students in the dorms and out of the neighborhoods. When I was a student at Villanova, my parents wanted me to live on campus, as did I, but there were no dorm rooms. And I wound up getting an apartment with some guys, and I know I personally suffered, both academically and from a on-campus experience, from not having lived in a dorm. And I would think that any Radnor parent of high school students that are looking at colleges probably put a high priority on whether the students will be in a dorm as opposed to some apartment or some student housing. So those are the end of my comments, and I would ask you to please approve the ordinance tonight so the project can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who can't stay for the meeting who would like to comment now?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Gianforcaro, 323 Liberty Lane, Wayne, Pennsylvania. Also class of 1989 from Villanova University. I've been here with you several times before and voiced my support for Villanova's plans. I think, as my predecessor said, Villanova has a nice, strong 2-year track record of working with you, with the commissioners, and with the residents of the township to make this a win-win proposal. And I'm here tonight respectfully to ask for your support of this ordinance to make this happen and make this become the newest, most vibrant part of Radnor Township. I think we're ready for this, and I think you can count on Villanova handling this very respectfully and being very proud to have this. These new dorms, keeping the students on campus, and the new Performing Arts Center, a proud part of Radnor Township. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Michelle Adams, the engineer with Melior Design, here on behalf of the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, and I have my comments in writing, if that's easier. but basically here to ask on behalf of the Riverkeeper Network that the board consider closing the current gap in the existing Radnor stormwater ordinance as this moves forward. Radnor is a very strong stormwater management ordinance, but it does not require volume management for redevelopment projects. You're basically grandfathered. So Villanova is grandfathered, and they don't have to decrease the amount of stormwater that's generated from the site in any significant way. They have to do peak rate detention, groundwater recharge if feasible, but not volume management. And that's very different from the programs like in the city of Philadelphia where they've made volume management part of their ordinances. It's now required for all federal facilities. And so this is a larger issue that should be closed in the stormwater ordinance for the township, but as part of this ordinance, we would ask that the consideration be given to closing the gap. Right now, the 7.5 acres generate about 9.1 million gallons of runoff every year. And there's nothing in the current ordinance that would significantly reduce that. And so even if they're a little 10% less impervious, there's still a lot of stormwater. And so that's the gap of concern. Maya will speak to it. My comments are in writing, if that makes that simpler. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to comment who cannot stay for the meeting? Okay, I would like to announce that we had an executive session immediately preceding this meeting. All commissioners were present, and we discussed matters of personnel and litigation. Next, we have a presentation by DVRPC on the traffic study that involves the Villanova area, and they're going to give us a short PowerPoint you have? Yes. So why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about it.
Members of the board, my name is Richard Bickle. I'm Director of Planning at the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission. For those who may not be familiar, DVRPC is the federally designated metropolitan planning organization for the greater Philadelphia region, and it includes Delaware County. The study we're going to be presenting tonight is an outgrowth of a study that was prepared in 2011. And that study looked at a broader US 30 corridor from the Overbrook neighborhood of Philadelphia through Lower Merion Township and Radnor to the Chester County line. And as a follow-up to that study, we are undertaking this Radnor, Eastern Radnor Township Traffic and Circulation Study. So the goal of many of our planning studies is to look at a broader corridor and then to follow up with more details for a sub-corridor, and that's why this area was chosen. It was nominated by Delaware County, which sits on our board, and we've been working very closely with Radnor Township, with Villanova, with PennDOT, with SEPTA, and tried to get this study done as quickly as possible. Now, a lot of time has passed since the study was initiated, and the study is like a snapshot. It's not a moving picture. And so there are fast-changing events have occurred. The Wyeth property was not part of our study. Villanova was. And so you will see some things which, from today's discussion, may not make sense. But we're going to explain that and how we got here. So I'm going to introduce Keith Hartington, who is the project manager, senior transportation planner.
All right, good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Keith Hartington, a senior transportation planner with the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, and I'll be giving the presentation tonight on our traffic study. So as Rich Bickle mentioned, this particular study came out of a study that was completed by DVRPC a few years ago entitled the US 30 Lancaster Avenue Corridor Study, Creating Linkages and Connecting Communities. And within that study, they identified some some issues and concerns within a smaller portion of Route 30, including high pedestrian activity, traffic congestion, and the Villanova's proposed redevelopment plan. So a couple years ago, it was recommended by Delaware County that we take a look at this particular area in more detail to address some of these issues. So our study area essentially is from the Blue Route, east of the Blue Route to just east of Ithan Avenue. Route 30 is important arterial and corridor throughout Radnor Township and the region, primarily a 4-lane cross-section. providing access to I-476 and Villanova University, and it also has public transit implications in terms of the Norristown high-speed line with the 2 stops on Villanova's campus and the regional rail stop on Villanova's campus. So in a little more detail, our study area here's the blue route, 476, and we began our study area just to the east of that, just along the Villanova Center here, and continued on through just past Ithan Avenue. So here's Villanova University, the bulk of the university, with some student dorms up here and located in this area, and the large parking lot on the south side of Route 30. You have the Villanova Station stop, as well as the, Villanova Station, and the regional rail Villanova Station to the north side there. So for this particular project, there were 2 main focus areas that we took a look at. Pedestrian and a traffic operations analysis. And for the pedestrian study, we took a look at pedestrian volumes crossing Route 30 and the pedestrian circulation within Villanova's campus once they cross Route 30. For the traffic operations side, we did an extensive data collection in terms of turning movement counts and so on. I'll get into that in a few minutes. And with our VISM models, we were able to build 4 different scenarios. Base year, or 2012 existing conditions, a no build, which is a future year 2035 conditions with no improvements, and then 2 build improvements, a build 1 and a build 2 scenarios, which I'll talk in more detail in a few minutes. We created AM and PM peak hour performance networks, and we also collected some performance measures within the software that we used. So starting with the pedestrian activity, we had pedestrian counts taken at Church Walk and Ithan, and to get some idea of the order of magnitude of the number of pedestrian strips crossing Route 30 at those 2 locations. We had our counters out in January of 2013, and the table below summarizes the total number of pedestrian counts from the hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So as you can see, Church Walk, 3,100 combined, and Ithan Avenue, 6,600, or roughly 9,700 trips total. And the northbound trips represent folks entering Villanova's campus, and the southbound trips represent the total number of pedestrians exiting the campus. So just taking a look at this, you can see 9,700. It was identified that pedestrian activity was significant, and from our data collection efforts, we can see that it is. So our circulation part of the pedestrian data collection that we undertook, essentially we set up some Bluetooth devices at all of the locations that you see in the blue circles there. And Bluetooths are devices that identify MAC addresses from Bluetooth devices from phones and so on. And we were able to set up an origin at Church Walk and an origin at Ithan Avenue, and then track the total number of trips ending up at the destinations at the circles that you see. So all of the green patterns represent from Ithan Avenue, and the brownish are from Church Walk. And from this data collection efforts and observations that we see that by and large that the west side of the campus is the most heavily traveled destination within Villanova's campus. From Church Walk, it's more than half the trips are ending up on the west side of the campus, and another significant portion from that from Ithan Avenue. For the traffic operations side, again, we did a lot of data collection. We did manual turning movement counts at 4 signalized intersections and several unsignalized intersections. We had counts from Frank Devani that he shared with us, and we also had tube counts for calibration purposes. Utilizing the VISM software, we built our network, and this figure is the coding in the VISM software, representing just a system of links and connectors, but from which we were able to enter a lot of the roadway geometry and signal timings and stop points and so on in order to replicate real-world conditions. So our 4 networks that we did in VISM for the AM and PM peak hour We did the base year, which I mentioned earlier, for representing the 2012 existing conditions. A no-build scenario, which is 2035 conditions, using a 5.75% growth rate, and that's a total growth rate. It's not per year. That's total between 2012 and 2035, and that was derived with help from archive data, from historical traffic counts, and from DVRPC's travel demand forecasting unit. The build 1 and 2 also include that background growth rate, and from that, the build 1, the improvements that you see, and we'll get into more detail, will show were a combination of different sources, including previous studies, technical advisory committee suggestions. We met with the Radnor Township and PennDOT, Villanova University, to gather input for improvement suggestions, and also field observations. So the Build 1 and Build 2 scenarios also include Villanova's redevelopment plan. And this was based on the zoning sketch plan for May of 2012. As it was mentioned just a minute ago, some of these information may have changed. But essentially, it proposes student housing and limited retail on the south side of Route 30, where the large parking lot is currently located. An 1,800 space parking garage. We understand that number's been reduced since then, since we did our study. And essentially, are the trip distribution efforts that we did to create our future traffic flow that incorporates Villanova's plan was simply to change the supply and location of parking essentially from the Church Walk entrance over to Ithan Avenue. So that's how we derive the future year traffic improvements to include Villanova's redevelopment plan. So the Build 1 scenario in more detail, here are some of the improvements that were highlighted. The Villanova unsignalized entrance to the Villanova Center is incorporated into a right-in and right-out only, and to accommodate for that, the left turn lane at the signalized intersection is lengthened. Southbound Spring Mill Road has a right turn only lane, so it goes from a 2-lane cross section to a 3-lane cross section, featuring a right turn only lane. Aldwyn Lane is removed from the 6-legged intersection, and access is provided through a connector road that will enter on Spring Mill here as an unsignalized intersection. And finally, the northbound Spring Mill on 320 here is given dual left turn lanes for that particular approach to accommodate additional left turning traffic. Furthermore, the Build 1 scenario at Church Walk, we're introducing a pedestrian overpass, which was just mentioned. And at Ithan Avenue, several smaller improvements include lengthening the westbound left turn lane on US 30, giving an advanced phase to the northbound approach on Ithan Avenue. And the left turn lanes will be given more green time to accommodate additional left turning traffic. So there was also a request to do a second build alternative, which we call the Build 2 scenario. And it's just a very slight modification from the existing conditions where everything is held constant except for it isolates the dual left turn lanes on northbound 320. So everything else is held under existing geometric conditions. And you see here, just the Build 2 is just the dual left turn lanes on northbound Sproul Road. So from our 4 scenarios that we had, the base year representing 2012 existing conditions, the no build, which we have no improvements, and 2035 traffic, the Build 1 and Build 2, which incorporate future traffic, the 5.75 surcharge, and Villanova's redistribution of traffic. From that, we were able to have our collect performance measures to be able to quickly analyze the different scenarios under a host of performance measures, which include delay, average queue and maximum queue, intersection delay level of service, and network-wide speed and delay. So before I show the final slide here, I'll show you quickly what what are a small snapshot of our VISIM networks. And I hope you can see this okay. And I'll start running these, and then I'll explain what we're looking at here. So that's a little difficult to see. So this on the left-hand side, actually the left and both sides represent the PM peak hour for turning movements and how the network operates under existing conditions. So this side is the existing conditions for the PM peak hour. You can see the six-legged intersection, vehicles making a left turn there. And I apologize, it might not be ideal to see, but just have the right turns coming down southbound on 320. And on the right-hand side, I might zoom in just a little bit here. Just speed this up. So on the right-hand side here, this is what reflected in the Build 1 scenario improvement. So Aldwin Avenue is essentially, oh, that's better. Aldwin Avenue essentially is this particular leg is pulled out of the intersection via connector road. It operates here into northbound 320 via a stop-controlled intersection. You have the dual left turn lanes of traffic making a left turn at this location, and then you have the right turn only lane coming down from this approach here. And I apologize that my vehicles are very difficult to see. Yeah, I'm just trying to speed them up so they get some more room. Okay. I'm not trying to manipulate the software here. Okay. Well, anyway, that just gives you an idea of. One second here. Okay, well, that just gives you an idea of how the analysis went. Just a system of traffic, vehicle inputs, and all types of data inputs put into a simulation software. And the end result is a table of performance measures. And I'll highlight here this particular, the PM for the base year and the Build 1 scenario. Those are the two networks that we just took a look at with the software. And essentially, under the base year, we have level of service E, 64 seconds of delay under existing conditions for the PM peak hour. And then under the Build 1, which includes the whole host of improvements that I mentioned, took you through a few minutes ago, we do see an improvement here to 48.4 seconds or level of service D. So essentially, at the six-legged intersection, the improvements that we tested do show an improvement. Finally, for the conclusions here and the findings and some of the observations that we had throughout the study, we did realize and see a large number of pedestrians crossing Route 30, and we feel that the pedestrian overpass would benefit pedestrians by giving them a safe and convenient way to cross Route 30, and potentially over the long term draw students away from crossing at Eithon Avenue by providing a safe way to cross Route 30 there. We also identified a number of improvements, most notably at the intersection of 320 and Route 30. And by and large, the improvements that we identified did successfully accommodate the future year traffic growth and the effects of the regional background traffic, or the 5.75% that I mentioned earlier, and via Villanova's redevelopment plan. We see more traffic shifted from Church Walk over to Eithon Avenue, but we don't have gridlock conditions. We have a decrease in performance, but it's not to the point of gridlock or where things are breaking down. And finally, we just from field observation, we understand that there is currently a signal plan currently that PennDOT has for the US 30 corridor, but we did not see traffic signal progression at Church Walk and integrated with up and down the corridor at Eithon and 320. So we wanted to make that a point of our study that implementing that signal plan would also help enhance traffic flow. Okay, that's all I had. If you have any questions? Or
Thank you. That is
Yes.
really, really helpful.
I just have one or two questions.
Yes.
I'm looking on page 23 of the report as it corresponds to Eichen Avenue. And actually on page 22, there's a table, table 7, that shows Lancaster Avenue, westbound and eastbound. So this is page 22,
Yes.
table 7. And we see Lancaster Avenue eastbound. Under the base year, we have a queuing of max queue of 573. This is in feet. And then with build one scenario, we see 875 feet. So that shows a pretty significant stacking condition. And quite frankly, if you live in that neighborhood, this is often. This is not once in a while. This max queue is pretty much every day at 5:30.
Right.
So I live that every day now coming home from work. And then on page 23, I just want to bring some focus to this because the study recommends, in the first paragraph on page 23, it says, the results of the US Route 30 Eichen Avenue intersection are shown in Table 7. To reduce delay, additional turn lanes may be desirable at the vehicle from a vehicular standpoint at this intersection. Unfortunately, this would increase the crossing distance for pedestrians, thus creating a need to lengthen the pedestrian scramble phase. And one of the things that I've been asking Villanova to consider if they were to go ahead with a plan is to put a pedestrian bridge at Eichen so in fact the road could be widened so we could get dedicated turning lanes to get the stacking off Lancaster Avenue. Because right now, in absence of several police officers directing traffic during an event, it becomes a parking lot out on Lancaster Avenue. In fact, those numbers are not on your chart because you have 800 feet as your maximum distance, and I've seen it 1,600 feet or more.
That was just, an average or typical day.
Yeah,
not
I
a day
respect your
during a
numbers.
special
They
event.
are what they are.
Yeah.
But I guess, and you don't have to give me an answer, but in your opinion, if we had a pedestrian crossing a bridge at that location, would that give us the opportunity to widen the road and do what we need to do at that intersection?
It could, although in discussions with our staff and addressing the issue of putting in a second pedestrian overpass, we were more in the favor of not doing that, and for the following reasons. Because you have the four legs of the intersection and a lot of diagonal crossing, it would be difficult to put in a pedestrian overpass that would capture the majority of those movements. Like you would almost have to have two pedestrian overpasses, one over Eichen and then one over US 30, or you're gonna or a diagonal one, or you're gonna have people just running across the road as they see fit, which might create a more dangerous situation. And additionally, at the crosswalk at Church Walk is probably more favorable because you're only ascending, one flight of stairs or ADA accessible ramp, and then you go across Route 30 and you're at grade level as you approach the Church Walk there. But at Eichen Avenue, you would have a situation where you would have to go up a flight of stairs or by some means getting up and then going across and then coming back down. And the additional, and it sounds maybe silly, but the additional delay that would occur for someone to have to do that, it might just be faster than just look both ways and run across the street. So I wonder.
So it sounds like a lose-lose.
Well,
right? So we can't widen the road because if we do, we add more walk phase time. But if we put the bridges, they may not use them. So it's kind of a lose-lose. We were under the impression that perhaps if the pedestrian overpass at Church Walk was an attractive entity, and we think it will be, that it might have the power to draw pedestrian trips from Eichen over to Church Walk. And with that, perhaps there's an opportunity to either reduce or eliminate the ped scramble at that location. If it was, it depends. I'm just, it's just an offering, that suggestion, but that could be an opportunity. One last question. Did the study take into account the change in activity in pedestrian crossings? For instance, students now, if they drive to campus, they arrive at campus with their book bag, they leave their vehicle in the parking lot, they cross the street, go to classes for the day.
Right.
Look, it's anecdotal, but I have kids in college, and I know what they do. They leave their books in their dorm, and they go back to their dorm twice or 3 times a day. That, and now they're considering putting a bookstore in the building, and other destinations, other uses, a bistro, someplace to eat. Did your study take into account the reality that students will possibly cross the street more often than they currently do now?
No, it did not.
Did not?
No. And for practical reasons, it would be difficult to quantify. And
But it's realistic to believe that
yeah.
the students have a place to go back to.
Right. No, I don't disagree.
Other than their
but
car.
We didn't look at that in
Okay.
particular. No.
So the 9,000 crossings a day, 6,000 at Itham, 3,000 at Church Walk.
Right.
The study's saying there's a good chance it will capture some of the Itham crossers down to Church Walk, but the reality is we may have we could have twice as many crossings in a day. I just know what the kids do
Right,
when they have
right.
a place to go that's
Yeah,
close.
yeah.
So the concern I'm having is that they're going to cross the street more often. The 9,000 becomes, I'll be realistic, 12,000, 15,000, maybe 20,000. Maybe on a really good day, they're going back and forth 4 times, 5 times.
Right.
They're not going to carry 8 books with them. They're going to carry 2 books with them,
Right.
and go to lunch, go back, get their books, come back again,
Yeah.
maybe get another 2 books. So realistically, I think that piece of the study needs to be done either by us or by you or by Villanova. But the reality is, in my opinion, that if the study did not include that data, then it's missing a big piece of what's going to happen.
But so much of that information, John, is crystal ball. It's a guess.
Well, let's try locking the dorm doors one day, and we'll see how much of a crystal ball it is. I mean, the students, let's be real.
And I know other students who came across because it's the same distance, because they left their books in their cars, so they came back to the car and got the book they needed. So it's not apples and oranges. And I do agree with you that it's going to go up because of the bookstore, it's going to go up because of the bistro. Different question.
Yes.
The modeling for the parking structure,
Yes.
did that assume that there would be cars coming in and out of that parking structure all day?
Yeah, that was
Right,
built
which is
into
not
the-
necessarily a valid assumption based on conversations we had with Villanova about making that
Well, they were-
residence parking
They
structure.
were captured in the turning movements, in the
Right.
future year turning movements at Itham Avenue
Yeah.
and Church Walk. Yes.
Good, so it's overstated based on
Yes,
some...
so that was based on 1,800 spaces and now whatever it is now. So essentially, we have a more conservative estimate because
Okay.
it was higher at the time.
Thank you, I think that's significant.
I just have 2 quick, brief comments. The
Yes.
first is, the thing I found most interesting and helpful in this most recent, more detailed assessment was the pedestrian count that you did for destination. Because we have been really speculating, those kids from South the dorm, are they going to cross at Itham anyway because they have classes right there by the pavilion? And in fact, it looks like no, as a matter of fact, most of them have classes on West Campus, and
Right.
that it's a much nicer walk to go through Aldwin Park and go over Church Walk. So that, I think, is very telling, and I'm happy to see those numbers. Looking at this study and looking when I saw it in 2011 as well, the big takeaway is that major significant changes need to occur at 320 and 30, especially with development coming over at the Wyeth property, because those commuters on 320 are going to be
Right,
going
right.
to Wyeth or Biomed. And this study really confirmed that. So when we go through the development processes with Villanova and with Biomed, we are going to have to concentrate heavily on how we are going to pay for those very expensive changes, because those are significant changes. And my question to you is, and I know this is not your bailiwick, this is not what you're here to do you have a notion, a ballpark figure of what the cost of that in particular, the 320, in the build one scenario?
No. I can go back, excuse me. But we do know that adding the additional right turn lane on southbound Spring Mill is probably going to be the most expensive part of the Simply because there's a retaining wall on this section right here. You're coming down a very steep grade. Not only that, but we did look at PennDOT's right-of-way plans, and they have very little room to, it's essentially the curb, the small sidewalk, and then their property ends. So realistically, it might be an option to shift all of the lanes towards this direction, towards the southeast, and pull those approach legs over, so you're not going to disrupt the retaining wall. You can start your right turn lane at that location and build it over. But this comes into question of this particular property here. So, and I don't know who the ownership is, but
You couldn't do that without going into their property?
probably not,
Right,
no.
okay.
In my best judgment, no. Because you're adding probably a 12-foot lane.
Right.
And then with that, they would probably improve the sidewalks and so on. So, but we feel that would be the most cost,
And you
most
don't have that
expensive.
same issue on the northbound turn lane?
No, we were coordinating with PennDOT on this, and they have enough right-of-way to do that.
Okay, good.
So this particular lane right here coming in southbound here is very wide, and there's enough right-of-way on the width there to add the dual left turn lane, and maybe just a couple of feet of sidewalk or something, but it's all within their right-of-way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I have one comment, then I'll ask you just to give me some feedback on it. I have a concern that we could implement something like this, see the benefit, unleash a reserve drive or some trip that wasn't taken because of traffic. Now the traffic, the congestion comes down, we unleash more, we generate more trips, and then we're right back to where we were before with the one exception that we spent millions of dollars. So comment on that likelihood. I know you can't quantify it or dismiss it or endorse it, but
It's in planning terms, it's called latent demand, where if you have an issue, and just like you described, you make an improvement, it all of a sudden becomes more attractive. So you attract more trips because, oh, it doesn't take me as long to get through this intersection, I'm going to go this way. And then, like you said, a year later, everyone decides to go that way because it's better, and then it ends up, you're right back where you started. It's luckily, or at least in this particular area, other than employment generation, it's a pretty much flat growth rate. So you don't have a large growing population of traveling public in this area. It's pretty much built out, other than employment opportunities that you're finding out about. So it is, but and also we took a look at the peak hour, which is 1 hour of the day. And when you start to get into the shoulders of the peaks, like the warm-up timer, and as the peak traffic diminishes at the end of the peak, that's where you really start to see the benefit. And then in off-peak, you have really good conditions. So it's difficult to build something in the future that you know is gonna take care of your problems forever, because that may or may not be true. But typically in the peak hour, you're going to have congestion regardless, but improvements like this will significantly help overall, especially during non-peak times. So it's another benefit.
Do we have any other comments or questions? Thank you so much
Okay,
for coming
you're
in.
welcome.
This was very, very helpful, and will be useful to us as we move forward in fixing all these problems.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we have a motion to authorize and receive RFPs for professional planning services to review and contrast the CICD and must ordinances, as well as traffic impacts to the designated areas. John Fisher, I believe you are the commissioner who would like to move this, if you want to start us off.
Yeah, so moved. And, in speaking with, well, let me give the background on this.
I'll second
Yeah,
your
one
motion.
second. In discussions with Bob Zinkowski, with the public, and seeing the planning process, it's in my opinion that this CICD and the must processes that we've been going through are sorely lacking a key feature, which is having a AICP certified planner work through these issues. If just to remind those of you on the board that were not here at the time, back in 2004, the township decided to do a Wayne Business Overlay District. That process took 3 years. And during that time, we used professional planners to craft the language, to study the potential impacts and the benefits of new zoning code for Wayne. And then a few years ago in Garrett Hill, the township hired a planner to lead the Garrett Hill zoning district zoning changes. And through that process, the planner was able to help the public come along with ideas and concepts and come up with some very robust changes to the zoning code that resulted in a dramatic improvement and redevelopment of that area, as well as WBOD, the Wayne Business Overlay District. It's been my assertion since the beginning of this process that we needed a planner to review the zoning codes and to help us with this process. So while we should have, in my opinion, hired a planner in the beginning, it probably would have helped us get along this process faster and with a better result. It's not too late. So my goal here is to have a professional planner look over these ordinances and if possible, if need be, having these ordinances revised at a later point. They still don't have a full review by a AICP certified planner, yet the Wayne Business Overlay District did and the Garrett Hill Zoning District did, but these two zoning pieces do not have that component yet. So that's my introduction. I don't know, Bob, if you want to make any comment on that. If any board comment at this point.
And are there other board members who'd like to comment?
Could you outline the scope a bit? I mean, it's what is it that you would ask us to do tonight? It just seems a little open-ended the way it's written and the way you moved it.
Well, I think staff will need to develop the specific language of the RFP, but we essentially would like to have a planner review and contrast the CICD and MUS ordinances and to understand the traffic impacts of these two zoning codes. We just learned tonight about the potential traffic impacts. The Delaware Valley Planning Commission did a phenomenal job at their study, but as we learned tonight, they left off some pieces that may have been helpful. It wasn't their job to do our work. They did some work for us, and we appreciate that. But what I'm saying is we do need to understand this better. If this CICD zoning goes ahead, we're going to be heading into a conditional use approval. And without having a planner on staff to guide us through the information, I think we're going to have a few missteps. We're relying too heavily on the conditional use approval process to have a good outcome. Without having a planner in place who is certified, who is a certified planner, I think we're missing a piece of the equation. We have phenomenal engineers on staff. As most people know, you have architects and you have engineers, right? The architects do something a little bit different. They have a different point of view. In this case, the planner would have a slightly different point of view. They generally are good at understanding the longer term, the bigger picture. Does the zoning code, is it compliant with the comp plan of the township? That's not necessarily something that engineers will look at. I'm not saying ours haven't, but I'm thinking planners will. So if that helps, Don, I don't know. We don't need to, this is an authorization to receive RFPs. We're not committing any money at this point, but to get some planners interviewed and have staff develop some specific requirements before we do that.
Thank you for that explanation. I've thought about this a lot over the last few months, and I am inclined not to support hiring a planner at this point. For several reasons. The first, the fact of the matter is we did hire a planner. We hired URDC to look at our institutional zoning a year or so ago. We all recognize that our institutional zoning is not well suited to our universities today, and that we needed to change it. So we went through a very convoluted process, and we ended up interviewing several planners, and we hired URDC to look at our institutional zoning and to make suggested changes. And that happened for months. There were many meetings, and unfortunately, it got stymied. It didn't really end well because, well, I think some members of our community perceived that that planner to be, their recommendations were not going in a direction that some members of our community liked, and they were perceived to be too pro-university. And they were even, in public meetings, they were accused of being too connected and nefarious and all sorts of doing vague wrongdoing. So that process didn't end well. Secondly, we do use professional planners. We use all kinds of professional help. We have excellent professional advice and guidance from the professionals that we rely upon for all of our ordinance and policy needs. We use Gannett Fleming for our engineering needs. We use Gilmore for our traffic analysis. We use Simone Collins for questions here and there when they come up. We get legal advice from our solicitor's firm, the Graham, Beam and Thatcher. We also have had the extraordinary help of planners and professional advice from who represent different factions that are involved in all of these ordinances. And they have brought wonderful things to the table for us to consider. We also have the very astute and professional expert advice of our Planning Commission and our our Comprehensive Plan Committee, which is filled with residents who live in Radnor, who lived in Radnor for decades, who have expertise. They know Radnor better than any planner, and they spend months and months and months going through these ordinances in detail. And many, many, many of the things that they have suggested and to change in both cases have been changed. And then, of course, we have our in-house staff, which is highly professional, and I trust immensely. So my point is that, in 5 years on this board, I have never once ever had any reason or any evidence to doubt the integrity or the impartiality or the professionalism of the professionals that we rely upon. In fact, quite to the contrary, I feel very confident in the work product that we get from our professionals. So I'm not sure that I understand the reason why we would go hire some other professionals. Now, if it's the taint, of the fact that we hire these people and we pay them, and they have a financial, some sort of financial, they owe us something because we pay them. Well, that wouldn't go away with any planner we hire, we're going to pay. So if that's a taint, it's always going to be a taint, no matter who we hire. And then finally, I have to say I take issue with the fact that this process on either CICD or MUST has been wanting in some way. Sure, it's been difficult. It's been 2 years. It's been meeting after meeting and rehashing, hashing out issue after issue and all kinds of discourse and discussion. But that's how it works. That's how you get a good product. You go back and forth. That's democracy. And in this case, we have had days, months and months of very careful analysis, discussion, input that we have all. I don't even get to vote on one of these issues, and I've watched every minute of all of that debate and input from the professionals, from the boards, and I feel like we've been very well served with that, and that process has actually, as unpleasant and hard as it can be, has led us to a very good spot. We have heard from all sides, and anytime you have change, you're going to have factions. You're going to have some people that are advocating this, that, and the other. It's our job as this board to parse through all of that and to take all of that excellent input and come up with what is best for this community, not what is best for one particular faction. And I think that this board at this point is very well equipped to do that, given all the input and the information that they've gotten. And I don't see the merit to starting all again with just a different set of professionals. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I'll second that, but also with regard to the MUST, the big bone in contention that we've had with the MUST so far, at least, has been what the by right product is. And when, in fact, we have hired an outside professional to drive a wooden stake in the heart of that issue so we can move forward. So routinely, we get the professional help necessary to get the information we need. Trish, F2PR, you hired a professional yourselves, right? Right, so, and we have their input. So it's not like we're not seeing this information. I personally think all this does is delay with no value added, and I can't support it.
So my sense, similar to what Elaine and John said, we've had many professionals that have worked with us. We've had PEs, landscape architects. We've also had certified planners through the Delaware County Planning Commission. It's my understanding that that review was done by a certified planner, and we've had attorneys. So I think we've had we've had excellent professional input to this. And then also I'm troubled by loose, open-ended scopes for consultants. They tend to be like gases. They expand to the size of the container you put them in. So if we put a nice big open container, they will certainly fill it with what they think is advisable. If we want input, we need to be a little more specific about the input that we want and go back to them. So at this point, I don't see myself supporting the motion.
Well, with all due respect to my fellow commissioners, I would tend to disagree with this. I personally have called for some additional outside review on at least the must. And specifically, I think that our in-house folks are not experts in something as significant and as far-reaching as a multi-use special transportation district. There are people that are professional planners that should be part of our repertoire of good governance that will provide specific expertise on complex and difficult issues that would almost always be beyond the scope of in-house folks. So I think that this is definitely worth the effort, that the input will be criticized, no question, by certain factions, one way or the other, but it is yet another check for something significant as these conditional use ordinances. So if we are going to go down the path of enacting special legislation that provides a specific benefit to specific developers, I think that something like this is really worth the effort. And it goes to the credibility of this board. If we don't do this, we are losing our credibility with the constituents. If people really believed everything that you said, Elaine, I don't think we would see this many folks as we have out here tonight. So I think it's a matter of credibility of our actions, credibility of the government, and that in this case, these limited cases, I think it's worth a separate set of outside counsel and outside review that would only enhance our understanding.
Any other commissioner comment?
I'll simply say I did second it, and I'm glad I did to get the discussion out there. But I'm not going to support it. I honestly didn't have a very strong opinion one way or the other when we started tonight, and I've listened to my fellow commissioners, and I'm convinced that this would just be a layer on top of what we already have in the way of expertise from outside contractors and providers. And I just don't think it's necessary. If we aren't happy with people that we've hired to do these things, then we should replace them instead of putting another layer on top of them.
Any other commissioner comment? Is there any staff comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and invite public comments on this issue before we vote. Would anybody like to speak to it? Hi, Sarah.
Sarah Pilling, Garrett Avenue in Garrett Hill. I've been thinking a lot about this. We have a very unique set of circumstances. We have Villanova that's going to develop. We have whatever the Caruso project is, they're going to develop, including a restaurant. We have Biomed. Now we have Mainline Health coming in. And Penn at Radnor has a serious problem. They don't have enough parking, and they're going to be in here. We have within about a mile stretch enormous, enormous development. And I think the whole thing needs to be looked at. So I support the idea of getting a consultant, if only to deal with how are we going to handle this. Route 30 may be in Radnor Township, but it's a great deal more than that. If you're coming east on the expressway off the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you can get off at Conshohocken and go through back roads, or you can get off at Belmont Avenue. There is nowhere going east, and you wouldn't want to get off at Gladwin. So they come down the blue route. So that means all your commercial traffic that's going east off the blue route and some going west is going to be impacted by that. That's ambulances, that's tractor trailers, that's whatever the goods are that are delivered up and down the main line. They come off at this intersection of 476. And so it's a bigger issue than Radnor Township. What is it going to do? And I can't even begin to project it to the economy of the whole area when big trucks, important equipment is stuck in traffic jams because we've built all this development in an extremely small area. It's going to back up Route 30. It's going to back up all the side roads. There's just no doubt about it. Conestoga Road 4 years ago had 17,000 cars a day. Double that, guys, because who's going to want to go on Lancaster Pike? I urge you to step back and to have someone look at this entire conglomerate that's going to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else? Hi, Matt.
Hello, Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue, Wayne. I just brought a binder with me that illustrates about 2 inches of documents that were prepared by an outside consultant. None of the representatives here, nobody who has any connection to the board or to the staff. And I'd say you have a lot of things to consider. I was on the Planning Commission in Radnor when we approved the Wayne Business Overlay District. There were significant details that we reviewed, drive-in conveniences to some of the properties. The detail included public art in Wayne, and that's how specific things had gotten. And as you know, that's only probably an area that encompasses about a half a mile along the corridor. But what I'd like to say is that under the development plans of the CIDC and both the MUST ordinances, this is a regional development. This is not a municipal project. It has huge ramifications for Philadelphia, the western suburbs. I think Commissioner Fisher said it took us 3 years to get through the Wayne Business Overlay District. I was also on the board when we approved the Garrett Hill overlay. And I would just suggest to all of you that in this particular decision-making mode, there will be unintended consequences in getting a third-party independent peer review of the ordinances and some of the plans that were presented by the staff and their consultants would be only prudent. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Would anybody else like to comment on this issue?
Donna Stone, 15 Villanova Road, Villanova. My husband, John Stone, is a local dentist in Wayne. We moved to Villanova about a year ago with the hope that living near my husband's dental practice would improve his productivity and shorten his time responding to emergencies. The commute to the office has been shortened, but that depends on the time of the day. We live near the intersection of Lancaster and Aldwin on the south side. At certain times of the day, we wait several minutes at the intersection of Lancaster, Aldwin, and Route 320 for the light to change. That might not seem like much time, but in times of emergency or heavy traffic, this wait can be 5 to 10 minutes to get onto Lancaster Avenue. For example, on Sunday, there was a Villanova basketball game. He had a dental emergency. It took him 30 minutes to get from our house onto Lancaster Avenue. And it's not isolated to Aldwin, not to Lancaster. But the traffic goes from Church Walk traffic light down to 320 intersection. If these plans go through, the Villanova CICD, the King of Prussia Road Plan, the traffic will be impossible at certain times of the day, especially when a person travels westbound on Lancaster, passing Ithan, Lancaster 320 intersections. The people are planning to do this, many of these people are planning this, do not live in these intersections. They really have no idea of the day-to-day traffic problem that exists. These plans have adequately addressed these issues. In fact, the developers are hoping the traffic does not become a worse problem. Are you kidding? It will be a nightmare for the residents of our community, especially people that really need to get to work, responding to emergencies such as residents, doctors, dentists, and caretakers. Do they consider this issue? Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Barker, I live in Rosemont. I just have a couple of quick comments. First of all, in yesterday's Inquirer article, I found it very reassuring to read that Elaine Schaefer and the other commissioners were in no rush to resolve any of the development issues. It's very reassuring to read that. So I'm just saying, that's a direct quote. I'm asking you to not be in any rush. Allowing an independent planner to review the CICD and the must ordinances would do no harm. Indeed, it would serve to create better code and help restore faith in local government and the public process. I believe that what Commissioner Fisher is asking and what the public is asking is, we're not asking you to start from zero. That's not what an independent planner would do. Very specifically, John stated they would review what is already on the table. No one is asking you to start from ground zero. A lot of excellent work has been done, as you said, Elaine, as Don said, John said. You are absolutely right. But why is it up to the residents to hire the professional planners? Why is it that the board seems to be unwilling to listen to the planners on, I'm sorry, not the planners, the planning commissions, both Radnor and Delaware County? Excellent recommendations that over the last 15 months have been consistently recommended time and time again. Doesn't seem to be falling on open ears here amongst the Board of Commissioners. So I would ask that you vote to approve hiring an independent planner, as was done in the Wayne BOD and in Garrett Hill, both or neither of which are anywhere near the scope of the development that both Villanova and Must and all the other projects that are coming up that are all going to happen in the same way that Sarah spoke so eloquently to a few minutes ago. So please reconsider and vote in favor of hiring an independent planner. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Patty. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this issue? Okay, there's been a motion and a second, so I'm going to go ahead and call the vote now. Oh, sorry.
Hi, good evening, Sarah Armstrong. Would this ordinance also, we're calling it the Villanova CICD, would that, once passed, also pertain to Eastern, Cabrini, and Valley Forge Military Academy, potentially?
Yeah, Eastern and Cabrini.
Eastern
Yeah,
and Cabrini.
we're not talking about the ordinance at this point.
Okay.
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. I guess then back to the planner. So would it not be also then a good idea to have a planner understand what potential impact this ordinance could have on Eastern and Cabrini, which are down the street from Biomed, around the corner from Villanova? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of the motion, John Fisher's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And it fails by a vote of 2 to 5. Okay, next we have a
I'll move
Motion to reject the parking kiosk bid.
So move.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And Mr. Zinkowski, can you tell us
Sure.
what this is all about?
What we're recommending here is the board reject this. There was a question regarding between two bidders there, a difference of about $125,000, which I know the police department's done an outstanding job looking at this. But I think what we want to be able to do is go back out to bid here, clarify, give a little more definition in the bid, reject this one and go back out for another bid.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? From staff?
Well, with respect to the kiosks, two things. Number one, Bob and I talked about this last meeting. I don't see the need to repaint or to paint numbers for spaces. We can get kiosks, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if ours that we ordered do have this one, but you just have the time that you spend there. You put it in the window, and you don't have to try to figure out what space you're in. It's just the person checks it. The meter or the person who was the parking checker will view that on the windshield. So I think we could dispense with painting numbers that would go along with the kiosk. Secondly, what they do in Philadelphia, a lot of people will know in Center City, the posts that were left there after they removed the heads of the existing, the old style meters, they put like a bicycle thing on it. So it makes it look a little decorative. It makes it easier to put chain your bicycle to. That's another alternative to cutting them off at the base or saw cutting and jackhammering out the posts and then reconcreting the. So those are just two alternatives, maybe used at various locations as something to consider.
Sure.
Thank you, Rich.
Just my comment, similar to Rich, I think when we get the bids, it'll give us pause and we'll try to figure out what the other options are. I think it's going to end up being fairly costly to remove the existing poles. Just to Rich's point, the reason we decided to paint the numbers in the spaces was so that the person parking would not need to walk back to their vehicle. So there was a benefit to the person parking. In the city, they get the benefit of having parking on the side of the road, and the kiosks are on your way close to, and there are very, very many of them. We don't necessarily have that many kiosks going in, so it might be an issue. But let's see how the bids come back, and then we can start being creative.
Okay, any other comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment on this issue? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have a related motion to reauthorize to receive bids for the parking kiosks, this same bid package, I'm assuming. Would somebody like to make
So
that
moved.
motion? Second? Do we have a second?
Second?
And do we have any comments or questions from commissioners, staff?
We'll add those options that were mentioned by the commissioners as part of this
in the
bid as
package?
options.
Great. Any public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have two ordinances that involve the amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township zoning as it pertains to planned institutional. I am going to recuse myself from these two votes. As we all know, I have a conflict in that my husband is a vendor to Villanova. Commissioner Higgins will organize and run this debate from now on, and I will keep my mouth shut. Thank you.
The first item is ordinance number 2014-02. This is an introduction. It is the version submitted through Commissioner Fisher by the Friends to Preserve Radnor. It would amend Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations for a new comprehensive integrated college development use within the PI Planned Institutional District. I would call upon Commissioner Fisher to go ahead and explain this. He'll have to move its introduction, and we'll need a second.
All right, I'll move ordinance 2014-02.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and by matter of introduction, it's been pretty well established that the community group that calls themselves the Friends to Preserve Radnor have taken upon themselves to hire a planner. And their goal here was to not erect barriers to Villanova, not prevent Villanova from building, not be obstructionists. Their goal was to spend $15,000 of their own money to improve the process. So in essence, they used their money to do what the Board of Commissioners had done twice in the last 10 years, which is hire a professional planner to draft zoning code. So they've worked on this for about a year, although most of the substantive changes occurred in the last 2 months. And what we're looking at is zoning code that is very similar to what's already been introduced and what's going to be heard tonight, with one major exception, is that it was prepared for a professional AICP certified planner after taking input not only from the community, but by listening to what Villanova's been asking for and getting a good understanding of all the wishes and desires of the community. So what we end up with is a result, in my opinion, which is a more comprehensive, more well-written, more protective ordinance that not only allows Villanova to do what they'd like to do, but it gives assurances to the public that use standards, for instance, noise, lighting, design standards, the way things look, and architectural standards, more about how things look, will be controlled. Now, this is nothing different than what happened in WBOD. If any of you were following the meetings back in 2005, 2006, and 2007, the WBOD process was led by a planner, and as a result, we have a very comprehensive zoning code that governs any development in the Wayne Business Overlay District. And then a few years back in Garrett Hill, the same thing happened. The Board of Commissioners put out the bid and eventually hired a professional planner to review, to meet with the public, run public meetings, get a very good, strong sense from the public, what the public wants. Because you're the boss. The public is the boss here. And in the end of that process, we ended up with zoning code that I would argue was acceptable to many people. There may have been a few people, a few factions that were not in favor of it, but in the end, the room was filled with people like we see tonight that were in favor of it, not against it. Now, just so I get a sense, I'd like to see a show of hands of people in the room that are in favor of Ordinance 2014-02, the one that I've introduced. Okay. So this reminds me of what happened with Garrett Hill. When we finally brought the ordinance back from Garrett Hill, this is exactly what I saw. We were actually trying to find people that were against it. And there were a few. There were a few people that were concerned. They were worried about the impact. But I can tell you now, 3 years after the passage of that zoning ordinance, we've had more development, more investment, more care taken in that district than it had happened in the prior 20 years. And I've lived here 28 years. And I've lived near that street for 28 years. And the point is, Garrett Avenue has had an influx of reinvestment because of good, sound zoning code. Good, sound zoning code that the public appreciated. What we're asking here tonight is that we do the same thing. We're asking for the same thing. We're not asking for something different. We're not asking for special care here. We're asking for the same thing we did in the Wayne Business Overlay District and in the Garrett Hill Zoning District. We're not trying to stop it. I've heard this many times over the past year, and I've argued that if we wanted to stop it, if people really just wanted to stop it, they're not going to spend $15,000 to hire a planner. They're going to spend $15,000 and hire the best attorney they can find, and they're going to file an injunction. But that's not what this group has done. This group has hired a planner. The result that I have here tonight in our packet is zoning code that was gone over by the planners. It was reviewed by the public, and I guess it could be stated that in general terms, most people are happy with it. Is everyone happy with it? No, right? Show of applause. So this zoning code that we have here, this ordinance 2014-02, represents the same result that I saw in the WBOD and the same result that I saw in the Garrett Hill zoning district. It's zoning code by the people, for the people, and it's compatible with the way they want to live. It's fair, it's reasonable, it's not obstructionist, it's not trying to stop Villanova from doing something. It's trying to ask Villanova to be part of the neighborhood and do what makes sense for the neighborhood. So, sorry for the long introduction, but I would like to see this ordinance passed because I think it has three key elements. First of all, it looks at the wording of most of the language in the ordinance, the original ordinance, and it corrects some wording that could be misconstrued or abused in the future. Second, it has very specific design standards and architectural standards. Again, exactly what we have in the WBOD, exactly what we have in the Garrett Hill zoning district. Of course, the architectural standards are different for each and every one of those areas that I mentioned, but the fact is that they're specific to the area. Again, the purpose of zoning code is not only to control growth, but to make sure that the growth that you have is compliant and consistent with the character of the neighborhood. That's all we're asking for here. We're asking that this code is consistent with where we live. The applicant had come to us a few years ago, I'll call the author, and they had asked for very high buildings, 0-foot setbacks. That was not compliant with the character of the neighborhood. 0-foot setbacks were not compliant. So it takes 2 years to move the boulder. So we're 2 years later, we have better setbacks. We've taken the very high heights and reduced them some. We've had a lot of compromise. The public has compromised. They're not saying do it under the original code. We recognize that you need to have more height. We recognize that you need to have less setback. And they've acquiesced. They're not saying they're not saying we want the original setbacks. They're not saying we want the original heights. They're saying we recognize the need. And then the most important piece for me is the conditions that limit light and noise pollution and activity. Those are the most important. And I'll bring this up for an important reason. We've had several conditional use approvals in this township over the last 20 years. Try to find the letters of conditional approval. Try to find them on our website. Try to quote them. Try to look at them when the lights are on at night at 1 o'clock in the morning. Try to find that letter that says they can't be on past 9 o'clock. Try to find that letter. Can't find it. I don't want to be in the position of passing a zoning ordinance that wasn't looked over by a planner. I will not be supporting the 2013-21 version because it hasn't been reviewed by a planner. I will support this version because it has, and it's very similar to the existing ordinance. There are my comments.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Let's go down the line here. Rich, do you have comments on the proposal?
Not the present.
Not the present. Any other commissioner? All right, I now would like to, did we get a second? Did anybody? Yes. Okay. I would like to now reserve comments by the commissioners for the very end. And as the steps in between, we will go to the public first, and then we will go to our management. So is there anybody in the public, in the audience that would like to speak on Ordinance 20-1402? Please come forward. Oh, I should mention one other thing. If you've already commented on the planning resolution that we had earlier, that's fine. You can come up now. But please don't repeat what you've already told us under the planning resolution.
No worries there.
Thank you.
My name is Patty Barker. I'm chair of the Garrett Hill Coalition. The coalition is a member of Friends to Preserve Radnor and an organization entitled One Radnor. There is no reason why the standards set forth in the F2PR draft CICD ordinance should not be included at this juncture. I refer specifically, as John did, to the setbacks, the buffering, site lighting, and noise mitigation standards. The time afforded for the conditional use process is 90 days long. Why should the public believe you would have the political will to incorporate these standards during conditional use when you don't have the political will to do it now, or it seems that way? Is there truly anything specific in the protections within the F2PR draft, and these are protections for the adjacent neighborhoods, that should not be included, that would not be considered good zoning? I believe anyone who has read the F2PR draft CICD ordinance would say no. These very minimal protections should be included in any ordinance that reduces the setbacks from the current PI standards. To do otherwise would simply be irresponsible. It's hard for me and for the rest of the public to fathom what could possibly be the barrier to incorporating the responsible zoning contained in the F2PR draft. Please do not adopt the CICD ordinance as it is currently introduced. Please adopt the F2PR draft CICD ordinance. It's not just necessary, nor is it good zoning or good government to proceed with the ordinance in the current state, as you see it in 2013-whatever it is, 12. It does not include the necessary protections that these reductions in setback will clearly require. And my last comment is this. I want to reiterate in this, I am repeating myself, Jim. Your Planning Commission, the Radnor Planning Commission, the Delaware County Planning Commission, the professional planner that was hired by F2PR, the municipal lawyer hired by F2PR, all have consistently recommended the same things over and over again in the last 15 months. 60-foot setbacks, buffers, site lighting, noise mitigating standards. Thank you.
Anybody else? Come forward, please. Mrs. Bailey. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tony Bailey, Conestoga Village. I am speaking for my family, and I stand with other residents who feel that this is imperative to hold off on making a decision regarding the passage of the CICD until the true impact of a maximum build-out scenario is fully studied by a thoroughly independent consultant and/or firms, and hold off until any and all right-to-know requests have been fully processed, reviewed, analyzed in a public forum. If these comments haven't dissuaded you, please allow me to share the following. The Land Comprehensive Plan of 2003 was a well-thought-out and carefully guided plan created by our township officials and consultants who created an all-encompassing plan that protects everyone in Radnor Township. It talks about the need to protect our streams and waterways, alleviate our congested roadways, and develop in a reasonable way as not to severely impact the environment in a permanent fashion. The Land Comprehensive Plan cites the critical need to enact riparian buffer regulations. This is the most single critical recommendation of the Darby Creek RCP. Radnor needs to be a leader riparian buffer management effort. Please meet and/or exceed the standards proposed by Ms. Maya Van Rossum, Delaware Riverkeeper. These standards are contained in the Friends Preserve Radnor CICD draft. To do otherwise would be utterly reckless. Secondly, our current PI outlines a standard of 120-foot setbacks of the version of the CICD introduced by Mr. Nagel set forth setbacks of 35 feet. If enacted, it will allow Villanova to build 35 feet from the right-of-way, creating an urban look and creating a canyon effect. The Friends to Preserve Radnor is more than a fair compromise of 60-foot setbacks. The 60-foot setbacks are also the recommendation of two planning commissions, Radnor's Planning Commission and the Planning Commission of Delaware County. Thirdly, using the most recent findings of the DVRPC in regards to traffic, we must be extremely careful because most intersections in and around Villanova were given a grade F. Also, my understanding, the findings of Villanova's traffic study operates on the assumption that students will bring their cars on campus and use them very sparingly. Finally, it is so extremely important that we all be good stewards of our township. In the words of a commissioner, a bad ordinance is still a bad ordinance. So if tonight is an up or down vote night, as a proud graduate, 1987, 2000, 2005, graduates of Villanova, we support, the Friends to Preserve Radnor draft of the CICD. Our country was founded on the democratic principles of we the people, for the people, and by the people. Finally, remember, this is all your legacy, including mine, yours, Villanova's, and the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. Next, please.
Good evening, John Heckscher, live in Alderman Lane, and while I do definitely support Commissioner Fisher's proposal, the one thing that Commissioner Schaefer brought up that concerns me a little bit today is if this gets approved with all of the traffic ordinance and study that's just been created, who does pay for that? And is that something that needs to be addressed at the same time if all of a sudden we're going to have a $10, $20 million traffic project? And is that something that's incorporated into your thought process tonight?
Well, that's the function of government. Mm-hmm. If we have to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of our community, and if that means analyzing the burdens of traffic and finding a solution to overburdening neighborhoods, we have to do that.
So that,
Can I respond? That under conditional use approval, this board has the authority to ask the applicant of a submitted plan to do site improvements, and those site improvements could include moving Alderman Lane. So, in essence, the applicant may have to pay for that.
okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else come forward? Mr. R. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Philip R., Meredith Avenue, and thank you for allowing some brief comment on this. Now, I understand that you've probably reviewed an awful lot of material, and already, and many of you may already have even determined your vote. But I ask that you do keep a mind open for some perhaps new information or perhaps a different perspective. And I'd like to briefly address the issue of what I and others may consider the three keys to good zoning laws, and especially to zoning exceptions. These are compatibility, viability, and credibility. Without one of these, the whole is compromised. That is, 2 out of 3 isn't good enough for long-term sustainability. I'd like to call your attention to items that speak to this. First is compatibility. That is the context of existing conditions. So that is here, a suburban area with large setbacks and not an urbanized center. I'd like to call your attention to a map that I've prepared and have shown to the Planning Commission. And Jim, if we can get this up on the board there. And Mr. Commissioner, if you can pass that out. Okay. Great, thank you. As you get it, this is a map that I provided the Planning Commission and has been accepted at their meetings, showing the current setbacks. Now, just to orient you, this right here is Lancaster Avenue, starting from the Blue Route all the way down to Lowry's Lane, which is the affected area here. And what we did is myself and 2 other residents actually measured the setbacks from the curb to every one of these buildings that's in there. All right? So these are the numbers. You can see right here, we're talking about, get over here, 40 feet, 60 feet, 40, 50, 80, 90, 100 feet. These are the conditions that they are here. In addition, you also have areas where you have zero set development or very deep set setback. Now, it's been brought to my attention that these measurements are made from the curb, not the right-of-way, and in fact, all your ordinances are done from the right-of-way, so that was our error to start with, but rather than redo them, I went ahead and said, well, what is the right-of-way? So in that case, is a GIS map that I've been able to obtain that, again, this is Lancaster Avenue here, and Jim, if you want to zoom into that number right there, thank you. It'll say 65 feet, which is where that arrow is right there. And this is the parking lot that we're talking about. 65 feet. Now, Lancaster Avenue, that spot is 50 feet. That leaves you 15 for the extra right-of-way. 7.5 feet on either side is essentially your sidewalk. So you can take 7.5 feet out of these numbers I just gave you, and you still end up with 40, 50, 60 feet setbacks. That's the conditions that's there right now. Now, the best visualization of what this might do is if you actually measure and see in this corner here with the circle here, we measured where the press box is at the Villanova Stadium. That's 38 feet from the curb. If you've been down that way, that's awfully close. Now, you want to imagine 30 feet, 300 feet or whatever it is, a building going down the south part of Lancaster Avenue at that close to the curb. In contrast, Jake Nevin Fieldhouse turns out to be 62 feet from the curb. So you can see the difference for pedestrian flow, snow removal, whatever else you have happening going on, just a feeling of what's in the cavern there. Now, if you approve this ordinance with the smaller 35-foot setbacks, you are in de facto changing the character of the area. You may not like it, you may not intend it, but you're surely doing it, and it has implications. In fact, 2 planning commissions, the Delaware County Planning Commission and your own Radnor Planning Commission, have recommended the 60-foot setbacks in the front and 20 to 50-foot setbacks on the rear against the neighbors for buffering. So that's about compatibility. Second is an area about viability. So what can be done? Now, this 60-foot setback is not a real burden to Villanova and does not warrant extreme precedence. Why do I say that?
You're doing so well, I'm going to give you a little more time.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll try to move quickly. It's because I have all the slideshows here. Thank you. All right, my time's going here. All right, this is a map of Lancaster Avenue. I did it with Google Earth. I'm not going out in the middle of the street and measuring anymore, okay? I figured out how to be tech savvy. All right, so what we have here is that these are the setbacks at 35 feet and 60 feet, okay? So this yellow line right here is right from here to about halfway in the row between the two cards of rows. That's 35 feet setback, okay? From the right-of-way, that's 37.5 feet plus 35, all right? Here is 60-foot setback, takes you almost to the first bumper of the first car that's there, all right? That's the difference that we're talking about. Now, curiously, if you've ever walked, and we have, that spot in the parking lot, Villanova's done a nice job of marking out where their building's going to be. And the corner markings for that building happen to be right here at the beginning of this parking row, at the beginning of it, which means that this is beyond 35 feet. They don't need 35 feet. In fact, the difference between this area here and this area here is de minimis, 11 feet, something along those lines. You're not talking about a 25-foot difference, all right? Now, what does that mean? Well, first of all, why do they need a 35-foot setback, and why are you giving them one? They don't need it. And plus, you're creating your precedent all the way down that pike down there. Secondly, what does it cost? Let's look at, by the way, their own schedule here. This is one more. Mass visual. You can zoom in a little bit. Thanks. This is from one of their presentations. You may have seen it. Remember seeing it. It's where they contrasted. The reason for this was to show the infamous anvil building that they could do by right and what we could do, what they wanted to do here. So if this is the case here, they even say this is 60 feet from the curb to this building here versus the 120 to there. So we already have that in there. And secondly, as far as the rear setbacks are concerned, the reason why they have 0 setbacks for a parking lot, which does not shield and protect the neighbors over here, is because they're trying to fit a square peg in a curved hole.
Is this your last slide? Phil?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, yes.
Wrap it up, please.
So therefore, what does that mean? If they were to give the 25-foot setback that both planning commissions are asking for, and the F2PR thing does too, you're talking about chopping 25 feet off of this wing, and this wing, all right? Now, what does that mean? That means that we have probably 25 feet is half a suite, times 2 residents, times 3 floors, because the first floor is retail, and 3 wings, that's 18 people, 18 beds, 18 students. That's less than 1.5% of the whole thing. Now, at the housing rates of $8,000 a year, that means that times 1165, which they're doing, that's $9.5 million a year that they're getting in terms of housing from that. What is 1.5% a burden? It really isn't. So there you have it there.
Thank
So,
you, Phil. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there another speaker? Please come forward.
Feels hard to follow.
Oh, no, you got it.
I'm Sarah Carroll. I live in Aldwin Lane. As I've followed the CICD process, I've appreciated the collaborative and problem-solving approach of Friends to Preserve Radnor, and I've appreciated the thoughtful review of the Delaware County Planning Commission and the Radnor Township Planning Commission. And I ask that as you are considering a decision that will permanently change the rules for development along the main corridors of our township, I respectfully ask that this board follow those recommendations of the Radnor Planning Commission, the Delaware County Commission, and the professionals hired by the community group Friends to Preserve Radnor, and make rules that not only will allow Villanova to develop its property, but also will serve the township as a whole into the future. And I would hope that as the commissioners are given a chance to comment on the proposal, that if you are voting against the recommendations of the planning commissions, that you would please state very clearly to all the people who have come out tonight who support the 2014-02 ordinance, please state very clearly your reasons for voting against that. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Sarah. Another speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Maya Vamrasam. I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper. I'm also a longtime resident of Radnor Township, living on South Roberts Road. And I am here to support the proposal by Commissioner Fisher. I'm here to support it for many reasons, not the least of which because it includes stormwater protections, environmental protections, and open space protections, which I think are critical for any CICD ordinance that passes by this board. The Radnor Township Commissioners have just instituted a new stormwater fee for all homeowners and all business owners in the township in order to provide us the resources necessary to handle the increasing flooding problems that are associated with stormwater runoff from existing development. This new fee on Radnor residents and businesses should be paralleled by a requirement that all new development, including redevelopment, in the township use best stormwater practices available so that they do not compound and increase the very flooding problems that the stormwater fee is attempting to resolve. Radnor's current stormwater ordinance does not require the use of best stormwater practices on all new development projects. It does not address the critical issue of volume that's so important for flooding and flood damages, and it has a gaping loophole for redevelopment projects like that being proposed by Villanova. As a result of the way the current township ordinance is written, every new development and redevelopment project in Radnor Township is allowed by township law to make our flooding and erosion problems worse. And so there are two things that the Board of Commissioners can do about this and should do about this. First off, the CICD ordinance that is passed should include a mandate to use stormwater best practices to avoid and minimize stormwater runoff, including from redevelopment projects. And the township should immediately begin work on an updated stormwater ordinance. Actually, I'm going to present to you tonight my It's my third or my fourth request that the township allow me to make a presentation on why we need an updated stormwater ordinance and buffers protection in Radnor Township and how to accomplish the goals that we need to accomplish. But I'll hand that afterwards. Because the township-wide ordinance cannot be passed soon enough in order to impact Villanova's proposed redevelopment project, it is critical that the CICD that is passed includes the additional stormwater protections that we need and that are lacking in the existing township ordinance. For years, Villanova has been avoiding good stormwater management on its parking lot site. Radnor's current stormwater ordinance would allow them to continue to inflict the same downstream harm, the same contributions to flooding, erosion, pollution, and other flood damages that it has been inflicting to date since that parking lot has been developed. It's important that the CICD close the loophole and that it require up-to-date stormwater practices at the Villanova site and on all new and redevelopment projects, including at Eastern and Cabrini. It's also important that the CICD that's passed include appropriate protections for our streams and for open space. And the proposal that is before you now that Commissioner Fisher has put forth does all of that and more, which is why it's so important that that is the CICD ordinance that you choose. Frankly, I don't think you should vote this evening, so I'm not going to say this evening, but when you choose to vote. Villanova's promises that it's going to use up-to-date stormwater practices, frankly, ring hollow. If Villanova was truly going to use stormwater best management practices, it would be willing and wanting to include the stormwater provisions in the CICD. The fact that it's so opposed suggests to me that they're not really willing and wanting to do that. When it comes down to it, every redevelopment project in Radnor Township is an opportunity to put in place safeguards that will help enhance our community, and undo the mistakes of the past. Villanova's redevelopment of its parking lots and the CICD zoning ordinance change that you are considering this evening, and that would apply to Eastern and Cabrini, are opportunities. They're opportunities to bring positive community solutions to the very serious problems that we face with regards to flooding, erosion, and water quality protection, if you choose to utilize them that way. And you would be choosing to utilize the CICD, Villanova's redevelopment proposal, as an opportunity to make things better if you pass the proposal that Commissioner Fisher has put forth this evening. I have my comments in writing, and I also have, again, my third request to help you advance updating the currently deficient Radnor Township ordinance. So I'm going to hand them to Commissioner Nagel and ask that you please pass them along. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. Okay, is there another speaker? Yes, sir.
Yes, Jim Yiannopoulos, 15 Braxton Road. I'll keep it really short at this point. I'm just going to comment on this introduced ordinance that's the Friends to Preserve Radnor version. As you know, I'm president of the Homeowners Association. We have 52 members presently. We do support this alternative that Commissioner Fisher has introduced. As I said, I'll save my comments for 2013-21 for when that gets introduced, but I can tell you we are significantly more negative about that one. And I would just like to say that this was a great effort by neighbors, by residents throughout the township, and I hope you will move it forward, consider it and move it forward. Whatever you do, I think it's important to understand that from this point forward, no one who's a critic of the residents, of the people who have criticized 2013-21 and may later again tonight, can say that the residents are opposed to anything and that we don't want Villanova to build anything and we would block and obstruct anything, because that's not the case. I think that's been proven tonight. This is your chance to move forward with something in a positive way. And as I said, if it doesn't move forward, you can never blame us from this point on, no matter how we respond to other examples of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yiannopoulos. Is there another speaker?
Maricel Hahn. I used to live in Ward 5. I lived in Ward 7, and now I'm in your district, Mr. Curley. I've been a resident for more than 40 years here, so I've lived most of my adult life here. Just a few comments on what's been said here, because sometimes you can't just allow certain things to be said and not be responded to. One, what Mr. Fisher said about the Garrett Hill group. You know, we almost missed that. If we hadn't gone to a meeting of a planning board or some such thing, and we went as a group, Garrett Hill would have never had its own overlay plan. It took quite a number of years for us to get there, and finally the board admitted that we needed to hire a professional planning, urban development practice. And we did, and they did talk to us, and they talked to you, and so on, and they talked to your staff. The other thing that I would like to say, Ms. Schaefer, is that you mentioned that, you know, this community has been a result of a lot of talking back and forth. And really, in the end, 2 years is not a long time. This has already been pointed out to you. I just want you to know that resonated with me. Villanova. Villanova has been before you for what, 2 years? That's not long either. And I'll tell you something. It hasn't been an easy road for those of us who have questions. It has been like pulling teeth. As a matter of fact, do you remember looking at the very nicely done site model, which was out of scale? Okay, somebody pointed that out. And as a result, we got a little bit more understanding. And a result of some neighbors walking the street one day, one of those rainy days, Maya, we actually found out about flooding. So there's another concern that would have been overlooked if we hadn't been here. It doesn't all come together very quickly. But you know, Villanova is no longer just a Villanova plan. It's now in a much bigger context. And you as commissioners have a responsibility to look at the bigger context. And that is in your ward, I believe, Mr. Booker, and maybe near your ward, Mr. Curley, if not in it, Mr. Higgins, certainly, in your ward. So all of these things have to be looked at by you as a board of commissioners who are looking out for those of us who are your constituents. And thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hahn. All right, next. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Cornelia.
Evening, Nicholas Keneally representing Villanova University. On the F2 PR plan proposed by Mr. Fisher, what the board has to be aware of is this was prepared by a land planner hired by the neighbors. Villanova was not consulted in the plan. The client of the land planner there was the neighbors. It was not Villanova, it was not Radnor Township, it was not the Board of Commissioners. In fact, back in September of 2013, the very same land planner made 18 different recommendations to the township, because as you're well aware, the township now has taken over the drafting of the ordinance. Of those 18 modifications, every single one of them was addressed by the township staff and the township attorneys. Through the conditional use and land development process, that is when stormwater management, noise, lighting, and things of that nature are discussed and agreed upon. As Mr. Fisher stated, Villanova may even be looked at contributing some money during the conditional use or land development process to the Aldwin Lane issues. Mr. R. talked about the 60-foot setback. Again, and we've pointed this out to both the Planning Commission and this board previously, he was not measuring it from the ultimate right-of-way. He was measuring either from the curb or from the middle of the street, so that is not an accurate representation. Villanova's architects and engineers has actually looked at what the effect of a 60-foot setback would be. What that would do is that would reduce the number of beds on the site by 20%, 216 beds. It would reduce the number of parking spaces because it would shrink the parking structure, and you would lose 440 parking spaces. And additionally, the Performing Arts Center would be basically unusable. For that reason, we would urge the rejection of the ordinance being proposed that has been seconded right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelia. Any other speakers tonight?
Rick Leonardi, 30 Aldwyn Lane. What Mr. Caniglia just said, of course, ignores the fact that the F2PR ordinance is based on his ordinance. He makes it sound like it came out of thin air, and of course it didn't. As far as the setbacks are concerned, bear in mind, as I'm sure you're aware, the PI district calls for 120. We are now down to 35. The measuring from the ultimate right-of-way is the only way to measure it, but what's not understood, of course, is the ultimate right-of-way is what PennDOT can take from Lancaster, how PennDOT can widen Lancaster if it so chooses, if it finds it necessary to do so. Lancaster Avenue is, in fact, coming south by at least 12 feet. If we're talking about a 35-foot setback from the curb today, we're talking about 25 tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Do you have any other speakers? Mrs. Price, formerly of the First Ward.
I'm Colleen Price. I now live at 536 Atterbury Road in Villanova, and I actually moved because of this CICD ordinance because I think it's so threatening to my neighborhood, my former neighborhood. When I listen to everyone talk tonight, the whole focus is on Villanova. This is just as applicable to Eastern and Cabrini, and the only reason you don't see neighbors here is because they don't get it. Nobody's got a plan in front of them yet. If you showed them a performing arts center of this magnitude with these setbacks, you'd have the whole group in here. So even though I don't live there anymore, I'm speaking on behalf of them. I think the Friends to Preserve Radnor is a much better ordinance, and especially regarding the storm water. Shimoni Road Bridge has collapsed. I'm not surprised. The whole genesis of the stormwater management fee is North Wayne is flooding, is underwater. And it's not just from the area, from the basin at the North Wayne fields. It's because that water has nowhere to go. Came across my property underneath that bridge to Eastern that's been building and building and building in floodplains. So I think if you don't adopt that, you're going to see more flooding in North Wayne. And, you already have to spend, what, $250,000 now to fix the Shimoni Road Bridge? There's no reason not to adopt these stormwater standards now. Thank you.
Colleen. Thank you, Colleen.
Mr. Higgins, I'm sorry. There has been.
Please, order, please.
I'm going to take 30
show
seconds.
Respect and courtesy.
I'm going to take 30 seconds because people are trying to throw smoke that this affects Cabrini and Eastern. The only setback here.
Have a gavel. Let's let the speaker speak.
But let me say something. This is public comment. Each person in the public gets one time to speak, and we're upholding that standard.
Okay. I'll mention that.
All due respect. Nick, you don't need to rebut it. It's opinions. These are opinions.
There's just a lot of misconception on one issue they wanted to clarify.
Right, but these are opinions, and they don't need to be
Who's next,
debated.
please?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for listening to the public about this important part of the process in that everyone gets sort of their shot to address you all. I hope you'll consider that and be just as fair when you deliberate on the ultimate issue that we're all here about tonight. My name is Diane Edbrill. I live at 205 Spruce Tree Road, just off of King of Prussia Road, around the corner from Cabrini College and Eastern University, which are also affected by this proposed ordinance. And though I think many people are here talking particularly about Villanova's development plan, I want to remind everyone that there are 2 additional campuses on one of the major thoroughfares that run through this township, King of Prussia Road, that will be enabled to do tremendous development in very, very environmentally sensitive areas with waterways running through both of these campuses, wildlife living and thriving in both of these campuses. And I think if you are going to vote for an ordinance to allow this development to go forward. I urge everyone to vote for the Friends to Preserve Radnor version because it really does start moving the ball forward in terms of protecting our waterways, our sensitive environments. But more important than that, I really want, again, to urge you to vote this down or not vote tonight. 2 years, you can't just say 2 years is enough time. You can't just pick an arbitrary number and say 6 months or 2 years or 5 years. The process is the process. We haven't really fulfilled the intent of the people in this township who came together to put together a comprehensive plan decades and decades ago and who have continued to meet and update this on regular bases. This plan is not in comportment with our comprehensive plan. This ordinance is not in comportment with what the people of the township have articulated as their goals for decades and decades. And really, it's just being flipped the bird if you are to vote for this. I truly believe that. People in the community have asked time and time again for the employment of a professional planner to look at these comprehensive development issues. CICD must. The new development that's happening right at the Villanova Center, right next to the Blue Route, which is approved, presumably, and going forward. 2 years is a number. But what's happening here is a process, and it's very clear to me that this process has really not been adequate. It hasn't been adequate. Every community in Radnor that is affected by this proposed ordinance is out here to talk to you, to plead with you, to say, hey, hold on. What is the rush? Who is harmed if we put this process on hold long enough to employ the services of one or a number of experts who can look at the comprehensive proposals that this township is facing and give the entire community some meaningful information? Who will be hurt if we continue to slow this down, be thoughtful, be respectful of the process, and acquire as much information as is possible so that we can make the best decision possible? Don't decide to vote for this tonight. The township deserves better. Thank you very much.
All right. I would like to ask how many more people would like to speak? We have just one more. I have one here at the lectern. I have one. We have another full agenda item, so I'd ask you to be considerate of everybody's time, and you can reserve your statements for later. But go ahead, Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road, Ward 1. Can I get a light on this, please? Did the video person go away? I am concerned, Jim, especially for our ward. We face a lot of challenges with stormwater, and then we're going to have two of the universities of the three that would fall under, maybe a fourth if you count Valley Forge. So I'm very concerned that will stop me from ever going to Bryn Mawr again and will impact our ward. That being said, I looked through the history of how this all came about, and it was interesting that the map today, Elaine, you pointed out west, the reason you see a lot of foot traffic is that's because that was the last dorm area developed, and that was a residential tract that went through this whole process in the 90s. You probably remember, Jim. And there was a lot of neighborhood input, and it got converted into what we know as PI right now. So one of the things that I want to do in my 5 minutes is just point out something that really jumps out at you. The West Campus has 1,400 beds. I may be wrong, Nick, by a few hundred, not plus, but minus. It's either 1,200 or 1,400. It sits on 47 acres. What they're proposing on the parking lot is on 11 acres, and it's 1160. I want you guys to remember that. 47 acres equals 1,400 beds. 11 acres equals 1160. And we saw the foot traffic map today, which shows the intensity of when you have the dorms built. Yeah, they're going to be going back and forth. They're going to be going back and forth a lot. And it's in a much tighter constraint. So what you're approving is an increase in density of 353%. And when I listen to all the people in the neighborhoods who spent all this money, I can really, really appreciate their effort. They've done a marvelous job. Yes, their planner was from them, but thank God they hired it. And they had a lot of good things. And you're down to 35-foot setback or 60-foot setback, and you're arguing. I wanted to go through what Villanova's getting from a development standpoint. First, just to give you guys a individual perspective, the West Campus provides for 1,462 foot per student, and what we're going to provide for them if we pass this tonight under the second one is 413 feet per student. So it's a triple density, okay? We're giving that to Villanova, and usually there's a trade. So I didn't know if we were getting traffic mitigation. We don't know yet. And it might be also on part of the taxpayers. We don't know yet. Are we getting property tax revenue? I know Bob Zinkowski was looking at some unique way to get some kind of premium given for the increase in density we're allowing for Villanova. Where does that stand for tonight? What is the township getting? Are we getting an investment in our park system, which is underfunded? It's underfunded so that we have to increase our debt to buy the things that we want to. Are we getting an investment in our deficit OPEB? I don't know. What are we getting for this triple 353% increase in density? The neighbors of the wards are asking for pretty normal things, setback relief, but they're giving already setback. They've negotiated, they want 60, Villanova wants 35. It seems like we're very close here. The architectural noise, like calming, maybe that can be afterwards, but I think that they'd like to have a clearer path tonight. Legal fee reimbursement for all the work they've done to get it to this, I think would be very much a nice offer. Sorry, neighbors, I'm trying to stand by you guys. You've done a lot of work on this. And the modeling of the West Campus that Villanova said in the beginning, in June 2012, when they introduced it, they said they were modeling this plan after the successful West Campus. But we know that's not true because
Leslie,
this is 353%.
I'll give you more time, but how...
60 seconds, Jim.
Okay,
Here we go.
fine.
Since I'm in development, I always think about the numbers. What is Villanova receiving? They're great. I don't mean to demean anything, but I've never seen an increase in density like this, just given for no reason. Because they want to house because their business demands it, but that's not a reason. It's usually with the land. What would it be worth to have to go buy that land on Lancaster? And I was being very, very conservative. That's the dorm premium is what I'm calling. So to get to parity, they would have to go buy something like 28 acres, I figured out, 27 point and change acres. That's $20 million minimally, just in land value they would have to go buy. We are giving them $20 million of value, and I think the neighbors deserve something back. I think stormwater deserves something back. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. All right, is there another speaker? Mr. McCone, you want to come up quickly, please? Douglas McCone of the Planning Commission.
I'm speaking for myself, not the PC. Villanova absolutely has a right to develop this, and they need to develop it to move forward their plan. It is a very comprehensive plan. I will say first and foremost that there's a piece of the ordinance there that allows the stormwater runoff to remain 90% of what it currently is, which is basically entirely impervious, with proper stormwater management types of things, including water retention, you can get it much below the 90%. And I recommend that that portion of the ordinance be revised or modified so that it would have to meet the other for stormwater reasons. And the other thing is that it is true that the issue of setbacks has come up time and again, and Villanova has, or whoever's drafting this, has tried to incorporate, but the setbacks have never quite been brought back to where both the Planning Commission of Radnor and the Planning Commission of the county have recommended that they be. So keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. All right, gentlemen. You've been here before, but I don't remember your name.
David Wood, South Roberts Road. I'm normally in this room for the education. I come and speak at school board meetings quite often. But I'm here tonight to talk as a high school teacher to you and to ask you, are you really prepared to take your final exam tonight? Because that's essentially what you're doing. You're taking your final exam. And are you ready to go? I don't think you are. I think there are a lot of things that you're missing. I think that if you were asked to take a test like SATs, MCATs, you were asked to take the bar exam, you can take them again. You can't take the test tonight that you're being asked to take again. This is it. It's your only shot at it. You have one chance. If you blow it tonight, you can't take it next week. You can't take it next month. You have to deal with the ordinance that's put in place. You don't have acceptable stormwater practices in what's being proposed tonight. You don't have a solid traffic plan. You don't know who's going to pay for the traffic plan that you're doing. I'm going to pay for it, I'm guessing. You're stuck with the language that you vote for tonight. Whichever ordinance you go with, you're stuck with it. That's what we have to deal with. And you can't ask later, and I know people have said, well, we're going to ask later to have these things. You don't have that choice. Now with an ordinance, you can demand that people do things for you. If you want to ask later, you get in negotiations and it's not going to go with the way you want it to go. So as this is your final exam, vote carefully tonight because you can't do it again. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish you had been around this weekend. You could have been my tutor. Okay, Anne Marie.
Hi, Anna Marie Hessman, Barley-Cohen Lane, Rosemont. I find myself in the position of not having been able to do my own homework for this exam. I am amazed at the erudition and the effort and the substantial resources that some of my fellow neighbors and members of the community have put into trying to come up with a constructive alternative, or more than one constructive alternative. And I ask that you not fall for the flim-flam. Quite honestly, Villanova is not losing anything. Rosemont, Villanova residents, and Ithan are losing substantial things. They're losing setbacks. They're losing density guarantees under the current law. We are losing, and we are not gaining, as outlined in, I think, the penultimate presentation. And for those of you who don't take a walk around my block with any regularity, I want you to understand it is scary to walk within a few feet of that traffic, which is congested and driving generally 55 miles per hour, maybe on average. The university current development is not addressing that. The plan and the proposed amendment does not address the density, the close, the way in which people are shoved up against aggressive traffic. More urban scale is not the answer to making a pedestrian-friendly landscape, as they claim they would like to do. But I also want you to understand that from my house or another house on Barley-Cohen, in a slightly quiet moment when it's maybe not rush hour, you can hear the chirping in the intersection. We are adjacent neighbors. We have, this field behind us and the CICD, even if I'm really not familiar with the protections that have made it into the hard work for the Friends to Preserve Radnor. I'm not sure if Barley-Cohen Lane and the Old Oaks neighborhood are adequately protected against the sound and light pollution. But right now I keep all the shutters, even though there's been improvement in the light pollution since Bob and John started enforcing the hours during which they're not supposed to have the floodlights on at the stadium. But I have to keep the shutters down on that side of the house because they come on at 5 a.m. so that people can practice. I'm not really sure why you need floodlights to practice, but I'm not over there. we're not getting any protections from the current one. Go with something more constructive, keep improving that, give us protections if you want to take things away. But understand, nothing is being taken away from Villanova that they had. They do not have this yet, and that rhetoric has been used persistently over the last 2 years with hand-wringing and crying as if somehow something they have is being removed. It is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. All right. I don't see anybody else coming forward. So is there any member of our staff management that wants to make a comment at this point?
Sure, Commissioner.
Zinkowski?
This is one that the Friends of Preserve Radnor, I know I've had the opportunity to meet with them on several occasions, and especially for hours on a Friday evening. Appreciate the courtesy and consideration that was given. They've put a lot of time into this, and I believe this deserves the opportunity to be vetted through the process.
Thank you, Bob. Is there anybody else on either side? Any commissioner want to say anything at this point? Mr. Booker, did you, or do you want to wait till the next resolution or ordinance? Okay.
I'll just a brief comment, and I'll very brief. So I just want to stress that this is an introduction of an ordinance. This is not the passage of an ordinance. So I'm very much concerned about my GPA. I didn't study enough for this exam to use that analysis. The point is, this is a good process. The introduction of this ordinance is the way it should happen. It should be in public. It should be asked for by the public. This zoning code is far more comprehensive than than the other ordinance, than the 2013-21. 2013-21 is missing so many protections that I need, that we need, that our constituents need in this township. These were put into the WBOD. They were put into Garrett Hill Zoning District. We're not asking for anything different. And finally, the most important part of this to me is that the majority of the people in this room support it. That's what matters to me. It's not the world according to John. It's the world according to John's constituents. So I just want to say I want to support that. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, John. All right. I'm going to call for the vote now. And we're voting on ordinance. This is agenda item E, ordinance 2014-02, which is introduced, not being adopted. And it is amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance. And this is through Commissioner Fisher and been seconded by Commissioner Booker. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
It fails. It fails 2-4. All right, I have a little problem right now. I have to, I don't want to miss anybody's comments in the next session, but I have to go to the men's room. So I'm going to ask for a 2.5-minute adjournment, and the only thing you can do is go to the ladies' room or the men's room. You can't do anything else. Okay? We're going to come to order, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. We are now going to move on to item F on the agenda. This is Ordinance 2013-21 for adoption, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations for a new comprehensive integrated college development use within the planned institutional district. Does anybody want to move the adoption of this ordinance?
Yeah, since the public has seen fit to put my name associated with this amendment, I'd be glad to introduce it.
All right.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
I'd like to move to amend the ordinance 2013-21, and the amendments will be several, so I don't know how you want to process those. I would like to do them piecemeal, because I think there are some valid amendments that I'd like to make that, if separated, have a better chance of being accepted.
What was that?
You want to, I'm a motion to amend.
You're going to do them one at a time. You're going to do
One at a time.
And how many do you
So-
have, Commissioner?
Actually, I'm going to do two groups, so it's just, I'm going to try to do three.
Three motions.
Yeah.
Okay, second.
All right, well,
Okay, so
Point of
second
order,
thrice.
you just can't have an amendment that doesn't say anything
No,
that
I-
gets seconded. Correct?
Okay, yeah,
Thank
we
you.
don't need the second yet. Would you like me to proceed with my first specific
yeah,
motion?
please introduce an amendment to
Okay.
2013-21, and then we'll see if somebody wants to second it.
Okay, so the First Amendment is, excuse me, I have to find your document first. Because the page numbers will not line up. I have it here, I just want to make sure. So the First Amendment would be in setbacks. This is page 4. And this would be amending all of the setbacks. So this is page 4, dimensional regulations, section 2, subsection A, setbacks from the ultimate right-of-way for arterial streets. I'd like to amend those to go from 35 feet.
I'm having trouble with your page numbers.
Oh, maybe I'm in the wrong.
Page 4, the
Page 4, just page 4.
Yeah, it's on page 4.
Well,
All right.
The table.
I've marked up the wrong.
Page 5 of the F2PR.
yeah, the first
page
one in
4
the
of-
section, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No,
I'm wor-
wait. That's the last one we just did.
Yeah, advance, it's confusing. We have, if the public is not aware, we have about 7 versions of the ordinance in our packet. If we didn't have 7, we probably would have complained that we didn't have 7, but now it's a little confusing, so we will get through this. So I'll try to be fast.
My engineer,
Thank you.
PhD
Thanks,
friend,
John.
has educated
So,
me.
my first amendment is to change the setbacks, page 4, all of the setbacks under 2, section 2, subsection A, that currently read 35 feet. I would like to amend them to 42 feet. That's the First Amendment.
So that's just an A?
Yeah, it's section 2A.
Second.
Okay, so just my comment on that. I know the public's been asking for 60 feet. I can assure you there are not 4 votes up here to get 60 feet. What I'm asking for is 42 feet, because I'm pretty much convinced that after I send my letters to PennDOT, along with copies of the DVRPC study, that PennDOT will become very interested in widening the road throughout the Villanova development. So in order to accommodate that development, I'd like to see the setback increased enough to accommodate 1 additional lane. That's my only comment on the amendment.
Well, John, it's 7 feet.
Well,
Shouldn't it be 12 then?
Well, there's already about 12 feet there, so I think the 42 is a good compromise.
All right, is there,
The 7 will do it.
I'm looking.
PennDOT will take as much as they want.
All right, is there a member of the Board of Commissioners that wants to comment on this amendment? Is there a member of the public that wants to comment on the amendment? Mr. Lowy from? Lowy, sorry, Tom. My good friend, I shouldn't know how to pronounce your last name.
Tom Lowy, 417 North Wayne Avenue. From the beginning of this new process that you're now about to go through for each of the differences in opinion between Mr. Fisher's and the Friends of Radnor edition of this ordinance and the current ordinance that you're now attempting to approve or disapprove, I would suggest to you all that maybe you want to take it back and modify it and come forward with a different ordinance.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else from the public want to comment?
I'll be very quick. Any amendment to this ordinance would require it go back to the Planning Commission and everything of that nature, just like I'm sure all of you are aware. Also, as to lane winding, if PennDOT requires lane winding, that is now the new right-of-way, so any setback has to be measured from that right-of-way. So the fact that 7 feet for lane winding is not applicable because that would then be the new right-of-way, and the building would have to be 35 feet from that right-of-way.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the audience want to comment? Mr. R. again.
Philip R., Meredith Avenue, new information. I'll get to my third point, which had to do with credibility, and that's where this speaks to right here. Because you don't have to take any of our word for it or anything that the public wants right now. The fact of the matter is that the Delaware Planning Commission and the Radnor PC have reviewed this multiple times and have consistently made the same recommendations, and that is for 60-foot setbacks. Now, if you want to make it 42, that's your business, but it's certainly more than 35, okay? And the setbacks. And I want to read just a snippet of that to you, because I know you've seen it. But to remind you what they said, and so that everyone here in this room knows that if you don't pass it and you do 35, that's what you're going against, okay? And they didn't do it once, they did it once, they did it twice, they did it 3 times, 4 times, and your own planning commission did it again. In fact, they say they recommended the primary commission's primary concern is with the resolution and setbacks for the street categories, that be made 60. And here's what the planning commission said. With regard to setbacks from arterial streets, it's recommended that the township increase the minimum 35 to 60 for all structures, with the exception of parking structures, which is proposed at 60 feet. And with regard to setbacks from railroad property lines and rights-of-ways, a 50-foot setback is recommended for parking structures and surface parking lots, which is currently proposed at 30 and 5, respectively. And just to correct one thing that Mr. Knigler said, with all due respect, my measurements that I showed you from the Google Earth thing were done from the center of the cartway, which means that they were the right-of-way. Thank you for your
Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak on this amendment? All right, it's been any member of the staff that wants to speak? Mr. Kachansky or anybody? All right, is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote on Commissioner Fisher's amendment to subsection, well, this is section 280-61.1, subsection D2, the first table, changing every number from 35 feet, 35 feet, 35 feet to 42 feet, 42 feet, 42 feet, 35 feet, 35 feet to 42 feet, 42 feet. All those in favor of that amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
It fails 2-4. All right, Mr. Fisher, you're on for the second amendment.
It gets a little more complicated. We're going to have to refer to the F2PR version because there's entirely new sections being suggested. And I'll do the best.
That I have. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the first copy that's in our packet. I'm going to go with the easy one first because it's pretty much an entirely new section. It's on page 12. And this is the architectural regulations. And it spans from page 12 through 16. Okay? So my amendment is to include this section for spanning from page 12 through 16 of the F2PR version up until item K, so not to include the stormwater management regs. That'll be a separate amendment. So the idea here is, so that's my motion.
So that would go through 3, that is subsection C1A, or C1, or C3
Now,
on
so-
page 16, excluding K down.
Yes, yeah, we would go all the way down through 3.
Architectural
Massing is
covers materials, I believe.
Yep, materials.
It covers
It's all architectural regs.
air conditioning. All right. You understand are you going to second it, Mr. Booker?
I'm going to second it.
Okay.
I
So a
mean,
second?
yeah, it's a second.
Okay, so again, the rationale here is that this language is pretty much missing from the existing version. This language is exactly what a planner puts into zoning code. This language is exactly what's in the WBOD. This is exactly what's in the Garrett Hill zoning district. And it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily present any major conflict with Villanova's plan or the concept plans that they've presented to date.
All right. Do you have a precise location in the underlying ordinance where you want to have that inserted?
Well, let's see here. I apologize. It's
Maybe our solicitor could help us.
well, it's going to go in right after the. Well, I have another section that's going to precede that, but.
All right. It'll go in at the appropriate place. Let's
Yeah,
let's
it
leave
really
that
doesn't
way.
matter where it goes
Okay.
in, as long as it
That's
goes
the
in,
motion,
yeah.
and I asked you too soon. You're gonna
That's why I
second
went.
it.
This is the
Are you
easy
making
one.
that motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. All right. Is there any commissioner comment? Is there any audience comment? Our management, do they want to comment?
In terms of, this would go into the proposed ordinance. There's a conditional use plan requirement. It's in section 2 of the ordinance. It's on page 9
Okay.
of the proposed ordinance. So this would be a criteria,
Okay.
which is what's proposed by the Friends regulation.
Yes.
So it would become a specific criteria for the conditional
Okay.
use plan.
Thank you. All right. There's been no further indication of comment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
It fails 2-4. All right, John, you have another one?
As painful as this is, we will go through it.
This happens in Harrisburg and Washington
Yeah,
and
this
all the
is how-
state capitals all the time.
This is how government works, if I can use that word. The next section I'd move to introduce is beginning on page 16, and this begins with section K, stormwater management regs, and this entire section to through the end of 17, and that's it. So the bottom of 16 onto 17 from the F2PR version.
So this would add the stormwater regulations, which Maya von Rossum has asked to have added. Rick, do you understand the motion? And if so, are you going to second it?
Point of clarification, it goes through page 16
Yeah,
Okay.
bottom of 16 through 17.
through 17, so it ends at section 3 is where it's.
That's correct.
Excludes 18.
Yeah.
Okay, second.
All right. Is there any commissioner comment?
My comment on this is instead of repeating myself on each motion, the point is, when this ordinance passes tonight, assuming it passes, Villanova can submit a plan a few days later, and they're grandfathered. regardless of what we do with the zoning code in Section 280. So if this board decides to add stormwater management controls to Section 280 or to other sections of our code later on, Villanova is not going to be subject to those provisions unless they wait to submit their plan. I don't think that will happen.
That's almost a legal opinion, John. Are
Well,
you
that's how
standing on-
MPC works.
Are you
And John, would you like
standing on
to
firm ground?
agree with me on that?
Either a land development plan or a conditional use plan, which constitutes a land development plan, gets the benefit of the zoning in place when they file a formal application. It's vested at that point, under the zoning that's in place.
So I think that's clarity.
Thank you. Okay. Does any commissioner want to comment? Anybody in the audience want to comment? Mr. Leonardi.
If it's true that the grandfathering applies to Villanova, then it's equally going to apply to Cabrini and Eastern.
Anyone who submits a subdivision plan, a development plan, a saldo plan,
They'll be grandfathered under the language of the CICD.
they will.
If we go out in the next month or so and modify the stormwater ordinance, the overriding ordinance, which I've suggested to all of you we do, and I indicated that to Maya, and then Cabrini brings their plan in, or then Eastern brings their plan in, they're going to be bound by the new stormwater ordinance. So the only one that potentially is going to be an issue is Villanova.
So, but we understand the risk, and that's a fair statement that John made. I agree.
Well, even Villanova would have to race to the doorstep here and beat us in our efforts to introduce these modifications. All right?
It's true. It's true.
All right.
yeah.
Maya, do you want to say something?
Thank you so very much. Maya Van Ross, I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper and Radnor Township resident. I spoke my piece on stormwater management in response to the proposal by Commissioner Fisher. My expert was here earlier, not really to speak substantively to her comment. She had to run off to another meeting, but to prove to you she was the really the crafter of the comment as an expert for the Delaware Riverkeeper Network. And so what I wanted to do was take this moment to just read a few portions, highlight a few portions of the comment. I'll read it, so it's her words, not mine, of the comment that she submitted tonight in writing. These are comments from Meliora Design. They are experts in stormwater management. And in fact, Michelle Adams herself helped craft the Pennsylvania State Stormwater BMP manual. And so the letter in part reads, the existing Radnor Township Stormwater Ordinance exempts the Villanova parking lot site from having to provide meaningful stormwater management as part of redevelopment. While Radnor's stormwater ordinance includes a nominal pre to post groundwater recharge requirement and some water quality and peak rate controls, it does not, in all capitals, specifically require volume management. It is the volume of stormwater runoff that is the biggest culprit for flooding. Radnor's stormwater ordinance creates a loophole that will allow Villanova to avoid providing meaningful volume management. And she quotes the provision that allows for that to happen. It's in her letter. Volume control is important for flood control, water quality protection, pollution prevention, and stream bank protection. It is a key missing element that should be included in the CICD zoning ordinance. Currently, Villanova's 7.5 acres of parking lots generate approximately 9.1 million gallons of runoff each year. This is enough runoff to cover the Villanova football field to a depth of 21 feet. Under the CICD, Villanova would only be reducing its impervious surfaces by 10%. And so they would only reduce their runoff volume by 10% plus a nominal groundwater recharge requirement if conditions are suitable for recharge. If Villanova were to follow EPA's most up-to-date guidance on stormwater runoff, it could prevent any runoff from discharging 95% of the time when it rains. This is a significant reduction for those being flooded downstream. Stormwater volume reduction is not a new or unproven requirement in Pennsylvania. The City of Philadelphia's stormwater ordinance requires all new and redevelopment projects to manage stormwater, so there is no surface discharge of runoff for the first 1 inch of rainfall, soon to be increased to the first 1.5 inches. Urban campuses such as Drexel, Temple, and the University of Pennsylvania are able to successfully meet this requirement. There is no exemption because of existing impervious surfaces. The specific language that is in the proposed ordinance provide you is based upon U.S. EPA technical guidance for implementing Section 438 of the Energy Independence and Security Act that, if included in the CICD ordinance, would provide critical volume reduction and protection for applicable projects at Villanova, Eastern Cabrini, and potentially Valley Forge Military Academy. Until such time as Radnor updates its stormwater ordinance, new development and redevelopment projects will not have to meet current federal or state guidance for volume reduction and flood avoidance. And so we, meaning Meliora Design, would recommend that the proposed Comprehensive Integrated College Development CICD ordinance should include a mandate to use best stormwater strategies to avoid and minimize stormwater runoff and to manage stormwater so that there is no surface discharge from the first 1.8 inches of rainfall. This is consistent with the federal facilities stormwater policy. Villanova is a leader in stormwater management and should agree to meaningful stormwater volume management requirements as part of the CICD. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. Here's Mr. Wood, our tutor.
I'll try and keep this. I'm not your tutor, but you're hearing from all of your tutors tonight, and you've heard from them what you've read. You went to these tutoring sessions in preparation. Your parents spent a lot of money on this tutoring for you. And now it's time to take the test. And your tutor said 60 feet, and you say 35 when it comes time to take the test. And that's essentially what you're doing tonight. You're hearing from the tutors, and the tutor said 35 or said 60 feet. And you're deciding 35 on the test. I don't quite know how that lines up, but your parents should get their money back from their tutor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else that wants to comment on the amendment by Commissioner Fisher? There is nobody. Is that somebody coming up? Do I see? Do I recognize her? Yes, for many, many years. Cheryl Tamola.
Yes, Midland Avenue. Going to try to talk into the microphone tonight. I think we're getting a mixed message here, and it's not a good one. It's never good to give your constituents or your supporters a mixed message. And the mixed message we're getting is, let's all of us spend our money to work on stormwater management. And we've heard very few complaints about the stormwater fee. And here we are with an opportunity and actually a necessity to make a difference with stormwater management, and you're kicking it to the curb. I think that's really bad policy.
Is there anybody else from the audience? Okay. So I have Commissioner Fisher's motion, and it has to do with stormwater, lifting language from the Friends to Preserve Radnor ordinance and inserting it into Ordinance 2013-21. It's been seconded by Commissioner Booker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. It fails 2-4. Yes.
And my last amendment, to stick the knife in the back further.
Could have done it.
All right, so the last one, I'll say that it's, this is in your version, in the 2013-21 version, page 9. So page 9, and if you look at the top of that page, it says mechanical, electrical equipment, and trash. Okay? And that section spans down to ends at section 3. So my amendment is to replace that section. So the section F on page 9 to the top of page 10 with the section in the Friends to Preserve Radnor version on page 10, which is lettered E, but the letter doesn't matter, mechanical, electrical, and equipment and trash section that spans page 10, all of 11, and ends at the top of page 12, just before the architectural regulation section. So that's the motion.
Okay.
Again, just to increase the protections and the controls within the electrical equipment, mechanical, electrical equipment, and trash section.
Mm-hmm. And John, that ends on the next page where it starts out with pedestrian circulation? Where does it end?
No, it begins on page 10, mechanical, electrical equipment, and trash, and it ends just above architectural regulation. So the very last item at the top of the page on page 12 says no noise emanating from the CICD measured shall exceed 65 decibels. Again, that's the motion, and I'll make my brief comment.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so the brief comment is here, without repeating myself, these very specific conditions are what we generally want for any use that can have an impact on the community. We did it in WBOD, we did it in Garrett Hill Zoning District, we probably did it when we approved the law school, we probably did it when we approved the other housing at Villanova. The point is, this is very typical language, this is the detail that you need so a codes official can enforce violations of noise and lighting and other issues, and to make sure that the plan that comes in is compliant. It doesn't have these issues to begin with. That's it.
All right, thank you. Is there any comment from a commissioner or from the public? Mrs. Barker, come up.
Patty Barker, Rosemont. I would ask that if you do nothing else tonight with this ordinance, that you incorporate these protections. How many people have come up here tonight and asked you to protect us? Every one of us has stated we have no issue with Villanova developing. Consistently, you can laugh, whoever just laughed, but that is the truth of it. The neighbors have asked and have tried to work collaboratively. I don't think anybody's acknowledged tonight, but Villanova has made concessions over the last 2 years. We have made concessions. The board members consistently have shown us tonight, you don't seem to get what your constituents are asking you for. You are consistently saying, nope, sorry, we know better. This is what we're hearing from you. There's no mixed message like Cheryl said. It's a very clear message. I am asking you and I am pleading with you, if you do nothing else tonight, give these neighbors, give us these protections. Site lighting, noise mitigating standards, buffering, please, please, this is your legacy. This is your legacy. And I hope you can all sleep tonight if you vote this through. And I want to reiterate, everyone supports Villanova's right to develop their land. We are asking you to protect us. Please do this. That is your mission. That's what you've been elected to do. You're supposed to be watching out for us. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Barker. Very well said. Mr. Cornelia?
Just very quickly, this is a collaborative effort. It doesn't stop here this evening. We're going to continue speaking to the township, to staff, to the various boards, to the neighbors. We're going to be talking about architectural features. We're going to be talking about site lighting. We're going to be talking about noise. All of this will be part of the conditional use and land development process. And we look forward to talking to neighbors and speaking to neighbors regarding those items.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience? This is about the third amendment now. It has to do with the mechanical provisions from the Friends to Preserve Radnor Ordinance being inserted into 2013-21. All right? And I assume there's nobody on the sides of the room that wants to speak from the staff. All those in favor of the ordinance, please say aye.
The amendment.
I'm sorry, the amendment. Let's start over again. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nay. The motion fails 2-4. All right. Now, do you have any more?
That's it.
Okay. Is there any, I'm going to move now towards the vote on the underlying amendment. Mr. Booker, you've held back all night. Do you want to?
Well, just going to ask for a point of clarification from council. Are all members eligible to vote on this? Or are there any proceedings or other items that would preclude anyone from voting on the CICD?
Well, Commissioner Schaefer is conflicted out. She's already announced that. But other than Commissioner Schaefer, the answer is no.
I'm sorry, point of clarification.
Hold on, please. Mr. Yiannopoulos, do you want to come up and to the lectern?
You can't speak from the audience. You have to come up here. Can't hear you at home.
The public has had a chance to comment on Mr. Fisher's amendments, but I haven't heard that the public's been given an opportunity
You're
to
right.
comment
You
on the
haven't heard.
ordinance yet.
I haven't invited that yet.
Okay. All right.
But I started with, here's what I'm going to do. Do we want to finish this issue of Mr. Spengler first? What I want to do is go back to the audience after we resolve the Commissioner Spengler thing, and then everybody in the audience can comment, speak on the main ordinance, the main ordinance 2013-21.
Which there's been a motion and a second on that already.
Yes.
Okay.
And when that is finished, when they're all finished, they won't be satisfied, but they're finished, then we will go to Commissioner comment. And when the Commissioner comment is over, that's it, we're going to vote. All right? Please.
Well, I answered Mr. Booker's question already. I think I answered it, so there's nothing else to say on that point.
Okay.
Okay, just a point of order. Normally, we have ordinances on the agenda as two-part. First hearing, then adoption. On this agenda, we have it strictly as the adoption of the ordinance. Do we need to demark these in any way?
No, I mean, this has been
We're going to provide
introduced-
public comment, obviously, on the vote.
Right. This was introduced first week in January. It's basically the same ordinance that the board approved to move forward. It's been advertised for a public hearing tonight, in accordance with the MPC. So you can certainly enact it. It was advertised for possible enactment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Okay, now we're back to audience comments. Did you not second it originally?
No, second, I say.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Back again. As been discussed, this has been a long process. It's actually started in 2011. I was going back and looking at my notes today. The process has included 10 meetings with the Board of Commissioners, 10 meetings with the Planning Commission. As everyone said, we've had numerous meetings with Delaware County Planning Commission. We've had meetings with neighbors. So it's been a thoroughly vetted process. And this is still just the first step in the process. If this was adopted this evening, we still have to go through conditional use, we still have to go through preliminary land development, we have to go through final land development, we have to go through design review, and we have to go through the entire permitting process. So this is just the beginning of a very, very long process that we're hopefully going to start this evening. There's been numerous modifications to this ordinance, as everyone has noticed. Basically, it was first introduced by Villanova. It's been thoroughly modified by the township staff and by the solicitors. And many of the comments have been suggested by both the neighbors and the various boards have been incorporated in what you see before you this evening. As it relates to Villanova, where this is being proposed is 500 feet from the nearest property line. That's from Barleycone Road. It's 500 feet from the property lines of the adjacent neighbors at Barleycone. The rear yard is bordered by the railroad tracks. There is a buffer being provided in the ordinance, even beyond the railroad tracks, would further buffer the people in Aldwin Lane. Again, I'm talking about as this ordinance relates to Villanova. It does not diminish any of the current zoning requirements regarding building coverage, impervious coverage, or anything of that nature. Villanova's campus still has to comply with the impervious coverage and building coverage requirements of the code. What Villanova's done and what they've agreed to are pretty significant. One is, I believe they took approximately 20 feet off the parking structure. And by doing that, not only did it reduce the size of the parking structure, but they also agreed to disperse the cars that were being parked in that structure throughout campus. You've seen the plan that there's a significant number of cars on West Lancaster Avenue. And actually, when all is said and done, the cars located in the area, or the parking located in the area that is now the two parking lots, would be less under this plan than what currently exists there today. There's also been a reduction in the height of the buildings, both the dorms and the Performing Arts Center. Also, there's been additions regarding preservation of land. That preservation of land is in addition to what Villanova would be required to play as far as the open space is concerned. So there's a preservation of land requirement there as well. And then as well, as you heard this evening during the presentations, there's a pedestrian bridge. It is not unusual, regarding the setbacks, not unusual in Radnor Township to have shortened setbacks for multifamily use. In fact, the R6 zoning district in Radnor calls for setbacks of only 30 feet. This development calls for 35 feet. That R6 zoning district is very similar to here in that it is multifamily, similar to what dormitories would be. One thing I have to mention as we keep on hearing this evening is how this affects Eastern and Cabrini. The ordinance provides relief. Basically, there's 3 schools that are applicable here. Valley Forge is not applicable because of the provision in this ordinance says it has to be over 75 acres. So you're talking about Villanova, Eastern, and Cabrini. As far as the 35-foot setback is concerned, that is only applicable to Villanova because the way the ordinance reads is from an arterial, such as Lancaster Avenue, where the applicant owns both sides. Also, as to local and minor collectors, again, it refers to incidents where the applicant owns both sides. As far as Cabrini and Eastern are concerned, you're talking about major collectors. And the ordinance provides even greater distance on major collectors than what currently exists under the current zoning ordinance. The ordinance that is before you this evening provides for 200 feet from right-of-way for major collectors. The current ordinance only provides for 120 feet. So this whole thing that there's going to be this mass development of Cabrini and Eastern and all these unintended consequences are entirely false and just smoke that is being thrown out there. Finally, there's been comments regarding the comprehensive plan. You look at the comprehensive plan encourages institutions to develop current land that is already devoted to institutional use. That's exactly what is being done here. Villanova is not acquiring additional residential land and asking for a rezoning or anything of that nature. They're actually using current land that is currently a parking lot. This is an important project to Villanova. In that regards, we have here the president of the university, Father Peter Donahue, who would like to come up and make a comment to the board. Father Peter.
Thank you. Father Donahue.
Good evening. My name is Father Peter Donahue, 800 Lancaster Avenue, Villanova University. I am the 32nd president of the university, and I'm grateful to the Board of Commissioners and the staff of Radnor Township for what I know has been a great deal of thought and discussion about the proposed ordinance amendment. And I want to thank our neighbors and our friends for their engagement throughout this process. Radnor is our home. Our students, staff, faculty not only work here, but many of us live here as well. We are neighbors. We place a great emphasis on being good neighbors. A strong relationship is built on an open dialogue about the decisions that impact our community. And we've done our best to be thorough and transparent in the development and the presentation of this amendment and the project we hope to build once it has been approved. Now, I know this process has taken a considerable amount of time. This amendment is a significant consideration for Radnor Township and for Villanova University. No doubt, decisions of this magnitude deserve full and complete consideration. So after years of consideration, we reach this crucial moment. And I believe it's important that I take this opportunity to restate the absolute importance to the university of passing this amendment. Higher education is competitive. Villanova has long enjoyed a standing as one of the country's top universities. Maintaining such a high standard requires attention and planning. And that brings us to the importance of the design concept. To remain competitive, we must offer not only an excellent student educational experience, but living accommodations on par with our peers. And right now, we lack the capacity to meet the demand for on-campus housing. Currently, 68% of our students live on campus. With this design concept, the number would increase to 85%. Bringing more students back to the campus is a good thing. With this project, more than 1,000 students currently living in the neighboring communities would move back to the campus, providing them with a further enriched Villanova experience, decreasing the need for off-campus housing in the community, and significantly reducing daily vehicle trips to and from campus. The fact is, more students want to live on campus than we can currently accommodate. And when we're competing to attract the best and the brightest, it puts Villanova at a disadvantage. Beyond keeping our university competitive, we believe the project will provide additional benefits. We have made changes to the plans to reflect feedback from the township and from our neighbors. A pedestrian overpass was incorporated to address the concerns about pedestrian safety and the volume of foot traffic crossing from the new residential complex to main campus. And with the bridge located at Church Walk, pedestrians will be placed at the western main campus, where 70% of our classrooms are located. The original proposed parking structure was reduced by 2 levels, and capacity was reduced by 1/3. Parking will be redistributed throughout the campus to ease traffic pressure on the intersection of Ithan and Lancaster Avenues. And a traffic study was commissioned at the university's expense to study the expected flow of traffic and inform the design and intersection around the development. In all, these changes have additionally cost the project cost to be increased by $15 million. I share that figure because these are not small concessions. But we recognize their significance in allowing the project to better suit the needs of the township and its residents. Good neighbors listen to each other and work to find common ground. I believe the proposal as it stands today is a result of that cooperation. I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I thank you for your consideration of this amendment.
Thank you, Father. And we have Sarah. Oh, Mr. Yiannopoulos, I'm sorry.
Jim Yiannopoulos, 15 Braxton Road. It's good to see Father Peter here tonight. The last time I saw him was about 2.5 years ago, when he did make a promise, and I quote, "In my own blood," is what he said, that Villanova will not increase their student body population. Since that time, we know the administration has retracted that promise. We talk about good neighborliness here. Before I comment on the ordinance in particular, I do have a personal comment to make. Private citizens have endured a lot of abuse for speaking their minds about this proposed ordinance, especially from Villanova websites. For example, on February 5th, their Hoops Fan site published an article encouraging readers to, quote, direct your hate to Jim Yiannopoulos. This does not reflect well on the institution they supposedly love. It doesn't sound very neighborly, does it? It also doesn't reflect well on anyone in this room who saw that article and did not instruct them to cease and desist. Since some of you know who manages that website, you might remind them that attempting to intimidate me and frighten my wife and children is despicable, cowardly, bullying behavior, and is not protected free speech. In fact, inciting others to attack an individual is illegal. Now, about the ordinance itself. There are about 20,000 people of eligible voting age in Radnor. 1% of that total would be 200 people. Have 200 people who aren't associated with Villanova or connected with one of the other colleges in this township come before you in the last 2 years to speak in favor of changing our zoning laws in the drastic way you are considering tonight? No, they haven't. Have 20 people who aren't associated with Villanova or connected with one of the other colleges spoken in favor of it in all that time? That would be just 0.1% of the voting age population. How did this awful proposal and previous versions of it get this far with you? When, on its merits, all previous versions have been resoundly rejected on multiple occasions by Delaware County Planning, our own Planning Commission, and the residents who elected you, who you were supposed to represent. This should have been dead on arrival. So I think it is important for residents who don't attend these meetings regularly to know why you might still be considering it and how things work in Radnor Township. I like basketball, and I really love football. It would be wonderful if I could get volunteer jobs at games for me and my friends. I'd see to it that any earnings from those jobs go directly to the Little League, because I think it's great, and I'd love to help out my friends who run the Little League, too. And if I did that, they'd like me even more and be more likely to vote for me. But that won't be happening because I'm not on the board or in another position in the township where I can vote for or influence the changing of our laws. I love breakfast at Manila's, brunch at the White Dog Cafe, and dinner at Ozzie on Main. Even an occasional cup of coffee at Starbucks would be great. But if I'm a commissioner or an employee, I've got to be careful about who's buying. But forget money, meals, or funneling contributions to worthwhile causes on my behalf. How about lots of free tickets for my friends, family, and constituents? I won't be getting those either because I don't have constituents and I can't vote for or influence the changing of our laws. And I'm not singling out Villanova here. I would be grateful if anyone at any of the 3 colleges or the largest commercial real estate owners...
Excuse me, Jim, please.
Yes.
This is getting personal.
It is?
Yes. And I would
have not mentioned the
request
person
you
in
to
particular.
restrict your comments to the ordinance that we have under consideration.
I am speaking about the
You're
ordinance.
just about over 5 minutes. So I'm going to give you another
Fine.
25 seconds. Wrap it up, please.
I'll remind you of what the township charter says with regard to consideration, favors, gifts, services that might reasonably tend to influence.
We know that. We've been instructed by our solicitor. Lawyers are on the board. We already know it. So you don't have to lecture us.
Fine.
Thank you for your comments.
Now, I do have one more comment about it then.
Well, you're out of time, but go ahead.
Well, perhaps the township solicitor has provided you with some assessment already of this then, of the likelihood of a legal challenge if you should vote for this amendment. With the tainted vote required for this amendment, I can assure you that the probability of a legal challenge what Mr. Fisher referred to earlier, an injunction, is 100%.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward. Mr. Leonardi? Sarah? Carol?
Sarah Carroll, Aldwin Lane. Father Donahue, I want Villanova University to be able to develop its property on Lancaster. And I truly believe that a strong university with an attractive campus is a plus for the whole township. And the CICD process, it's been a collaborative process. And we've gotten good advice along the way from the Radnor Planning Commission, from the Delaware County Planning Commission, from citizens. And I asked earlier when I commented for the commissioners who are specifically voting against the Planning Commission recommendations to please tell the people gathered here tonight why you are doing so. And I'm particularly interested in Mr. Spengler because he is my elected representative. But I'm interested in everyone who's voting against the recommendations of our Planning Commission. Please tell us why. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Yes, sir, come forward, please.
Commissioners, I'm John Gartland. I live in 86 Oakford Road. I am a Villanova alumnus. I guess I'm at that very few people, but I support the project full-heartedly. Let me tell you why, and I'd like to take it from a parent's point of view. My wife and I have 6 children, all who have graduated from Villanova in 4 years. And they had to live off campus their senior year. I did not like that. I don't think you would like that as a parent. You worry, one, about safety. You were always worried, at that time we lived in Washington, D.C. area, and you always worry about that phone call. Something happened, some neighbors call some problems or something. Number 2, you complain, or we've heard here tonight, a lot of complaint about the traffic. Well, once the student has to live off campus, you have to buy him a car. Mass transportation is not available here in this area. Therefore, you have to add that expense to living off campus. But most importantly, you take that senior away from his community. Villanova is known as an excellent community. The good Augustinian fathers have done a great job of building community, which follows St. Augustine. And this emphasis is known worldwide. Just look at the Special Olympics that take place every year on the fall campus of Villanova. Over 90% of the students participate. Or spring break this year, where over 400 students gave up their spring break and did service projects, because Villanova has taught them service and community. But by taking the students off the campus, you're taking them from their community. It would be great, and I would love it, once as a student or as a parent, that you allow those students to come back on campus and to live in the community that they love, and let them participate in the academic and social community that they belong in. So I think living off campus is a hardship for them. As to the Performing Arts Center, I think it's kind of ironic. 54 years ago, I was in the second graduate play at Villanova at this time of the year. It took place in Vasey Hall. On Wednesday night, as supporters of the theater, we will go to the new play in Vasey Hall. 54 years. I think it's about time Villanova be given permission to build a new theater. I think it would be great for this community. Having moved back to this area 7 years ago, there is no theater in this area where we can have a community participation. So I hope you will approve this proposal, let the seniors come back and live their 4 years in the Villanova community. Thank you for your service. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Gartland. Is there another speaker? Mr. Yes.
Hello, everyone. John Riley, Grange Road in Wayne, PA. It was back in 2011 where, at the same time, Villanova had signed on with Mr. Caniglia. I asked Mr. Caniglia to represent me in my House edition. We were doing a variance. 2 years later, we doubled the size of our home, got the variance approved, and I've been living in there for a year, and I can't believe how long it's taken to get to this point just in stage one of this process. I am in support of the beautification project along Lancaster Avenue. I heard a lot of concerns about lighting, stormwater. I even heard a letter today from an expert in stormwater management. And as a graduate of the Villanova School of Civil Engineering, I take pride in the fact that Dr. Robert Traver, who's been part of the Katrina project and an expert in the American Society of Civil Engineering stormwater and discharge, would not allow anything that would circumvent processes or stipulations for stormwater management to go into a university that he's so proud of. So with that, I'd like you to move forward and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Leonardi?
Rick Leonardi, Alderman Lane. I'm actually in agreement with Mr. Gartland. I think I'm totally in support of this project. I'd love to see something done with the parking lot. It's been a parking lot for 50 years since my dad was a graduate of Villanova, and it is high time. It's great that just within the last 2 or 3 years they've come to grips with this and decided to do something that's been the kind of a fixture, an eyesore of Radnor Township for 50 years. However, the CICD is not the instrument to do it. CICD confers rights on institutions which are not parties to this legislation, creating for them a new by right authority different from other township entities and exempting them from future changes in regulation. It sets a new and dangerous precedent whereby an applicant can circumvent zoning merely by rewriting the law to conform to whatever his plan requires. It allows applicants to ignore the experience and expertise embodied in zoning law accumulated over generations regarding what constitutes a successful streetscape, a pleasant pedestrian experience, and a sound land use plan that will stand the test of time. Not interrupting Mr. Nagel, I hope. It permits an applicant to move to conditional use free of any requirement to seek disinterested assessments of what infrastructure improvements his plan will necessitate or to show that he intends to make them if and when such assessments are produced. The area of the CICD as currently laid down at Villanova's campus does not encompass the entire scope of the proposed project, and if the ordinance is not to be tabled, this area should at least be redrawn. Villanova's plan requires the reconstruction of the St. Augustine Center Garage, the demolition and replacement of the Health Center Garage, the construction on unimproved land of a 338-space parking lot, and the reconstruction of the walkway in front of St. Thomas's Church to accommodate the north end of the pedestrian bridge. Each of these construction projects is integral to and necessary for the success of Villanova's dormitory scheme within the CICD, yet each lies outside the boundaries of it. These projects therefore exist in a gray area, where Villanova's true commitment to their realization is free to waiver, but where their completion may not be compelled by township authority under the CICD. The DVRPC, at its own initiative, has determined that the CICD plan will generate more traffic in the Lancaster Avenue corridor, will exacerbate traffic conditions at every intersection within the area it studied. The Commission therefore recommends substantial changes to Lancaster Avenue from 476 East through Villanova's precinct and beyond. The setback language contained in the CICD does not take these or any other recommendations into account and is oblivious of the ultimate dimensions and locations of the roadways that will define the edges and true size of the project. The CICD creates a completely new through roadway and a completely new four-way intersection. As well, and in addition to the improvements to Lancaster Avenue mentioned above, the CICD will require widening minor collector Ithan Avenue to at least 3 lanes. PennDOT has so far not rendered an opinion on any of these changes because so far PennDOT has not been told about them. Yet the ordinance that will permit work to begin on VU's project, which cannot succeed without these road improvements, moves towards passage as though PennDOT were wholly on board. One argument in favor of the CICD runs as follows, quoting, "The proposal would set conditions for which institutions could exchange significant footprint reductions for marginal height increases and location changes. No such explicit trading mechanism exists within the language of the ordinance, and while such a quid pro quo may theoretically eventually come into play in the districts where Cabrini and Eastern are located, right now, in my district, a very real and very different deal is about to be struck. Villanova long ago yielded on the question of extra height for its dormitories and is now just minutes away from being rewarded with an enormous footprint for them instead, and a too close location to a 6-lane highway. This is the precise opposite of the trade-off touted by some as the best feature of the CICD. The CICD is in essence an agreement between Radnor Township and Villanova University. One side of the transaction is clear. Township agrees to void much of its zoning law to create special exemptions from the applicant from stormwater and other regulation, and to allow the construction of a project, possibly several, as the CICD is not limited to VU, completely at odds with the concept of a green country town. The other side of the transaction, what the township or the taxpayer gets for this forbearance, is unclear and can't be found in the language of the CD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonardi. Thank you. Mr. R, again, is this number 2 or 3 for you tonight?
3.
Okay. You're always welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Philip R., Meredith Avenue. First, I'd like to thank Father Peter for being and joining us here tonight. Very much appreciate you being part of this process. I think I can say, and I hope you've heard, that everyone who's in this room tonight, and those who have left even, are certainly in favor of the concept of your problem, of your development, and to them they say, let's do it. All right? I also hope that you've also enjoyed following this process on TV at home as much as we've enjoyed spending all these hours here in this room, too. So, but, however, 3 qualified groups, the Delaware Valley Planning Commission, the Radnor Planning Commission, a professional planner, along with informed, concerned residents of this township, are saying that this ordinance is not there yet. It was written one-sided, still too one-sided. They're asking you to stop and balance this ordinance with safeguards that make good zoning and make good sense. You've heard these arguments tonight. Please remember, you're making more than an exception here. You're creating a rule. Please make it one that has benefits also for Radnor and its residents. Now, here's your credibility. Here's the mixed message. In very recent months, you have, in the name of public good, levied fees and taxes on the residents of Radnor for our Drost land, purchased in the name of preserving suburban character of Radnor, and for stormwater management in the name of making up for past stormwater management neglect. Now, in the first significant development to come before you since then, please think twice, if you have any doubt at all, about an action that negates the suburban character overall and a neighborhood in specific, and preserves last century stormwater thinking. This development can be done with reasonable modifications. The Delaware County and Radnor Planning Commissions and the Friends to Preserve Radnor Planner have done the heavy lifting for you and filtered what will make this ordinance work. Please support the recommendations of Delaware County and Radnor Planning Commissions, and let's move forward on that basis of compatibility, viability, and credibility. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Phil. Thank you very much. Our teacher, again.
I'm usually limited to speaking twice, so 3 times is a treat for me. You've passed your exam, or did you fail? We haven't found that out yet, but that's assuming that you don't pass it, because I'm sort of seeing that happening as we go. You're not going to pass your exam. So you're in the audience at the pavilion, and all your friends are graduating from high school today because you didn't pass your exam. And as you sit there in the pavilion, you're going to have to look back and remember that the Villanova University, our good neighbor, charged our school district $10,200 for you to sit in those stands and not graduate from high school, which is what they're doing this year to the Radnor Township School District. As a good neighbor, I would think that that would be something they would consider. And I've heard that they're good neighbors, maybe offering a discounted rate to Radnor Township or doing a fee in lieu of taxes might be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Anne Marie, are you going to speak?
Hi, I hadn't intended to come up again, but somebody had to cite Rob Traver, and so that provided me an opportunity to say something important for the record on that front. Again, Maya Van Rossum, the Delaware Riverkeeper, as well as a Radnor Township resident, and I think as has been said before tonight, but bears saying again, this is not about whether or not to build a new development project on the Villanova parking lots. It's about how to do that development. It's about whether or not you're going to carry out that development in a way that is opposed by a vast majority of the community or supported by a vast majority of the community. Are you going to do it in a way that is going to allow the flooding, erosion, water pollution, and other problems caused by the stormwater parking lots to continue? Or are you going to pass an ordinance that ensures that any development that happens there is value added and repairs these problems of the past? Yes, Villanova does like to tout itself as a stormwater expert. Yes, based on that reputation, Villanova just got $1 million to ensure that the city of Philadelphia will use stormwater best management practices, will use those best standards that we've talked about throughout this evening. Yes, Dr. Rob Traver works at Villanova. Yes, Dr. Rob Traver served on the committee that created the Pennsylvania Stormwater BMP Manual, as did I, as did Michelle Adams, who was here earlier this evening. It's been said, because of all of these things about Rob Traver, that Rob Traver supports this project, and therefore, my goodness, it must be a good project on the stormwater front. Well, Dr. Traver's understanding of Radnor Township ordinance is wrong. So his support, I imagine, is based upon that wrong interpretation of Radnor's ordinance. And no, I am not speaking out of turn. I'm going to quote from an email that Dr. Rob Traver sent to many, many people. From my reading, and I'll be happy to print this up and share it with whomever. From my reading...
Just one point of order. Is it appropriate for us to be... I'm just out of respect for Rob Traver, who I also know personally, I'm not sure that either side should be putting words in his mouth tonight.
I'm not.
So I just want to protect, make sure we're not doing something that's inappropriate.
I have,
also,
this is an email
Maya, we have heard you tonight on stormwater.
Yeah.
We're now not on stormwater. We're on this ordinance. We've gotten your comments. There were motions, including one to add stormwater from the Friends to Preserve Radnor ordinance into 2013-21. It was defeated. So I'm not sure why you want to keep going on stormwater.
The reason why
particularly talking about somebody that can't be here to defend himself.
Maya, it's just a courtesy to him. I know you respect him as I do, so I want to make sure that we're not putting words in his mouth from either side of this argument.
I will forward this email to Ms. DiStefano for the record. It was written by Dr. Traver. It was sent out to many, many people, a whole slew of people. You will see that on the email. These are his own words. And the reason why it's important is because somebody else came up earlier and said that because Dr. Traver said that this project is good on the stormwater front, that therefore you must presume it to be good on the stormwater front. And Dr. Rob Traver said in his own email that the current township stormwater code is extremely rigorous, requiring Villanova University to treat the pre-development condition as, quote, undeveloped natural condition, which will require mitigation of a large volume of runoff. That is a misstatement, a misinterpretation of Radnor's ordinance. And so therefore, that assertion that because Dr. Traver supports this project on the stormwater front, it is a good project, you have to understand that's based on a flawed interpretation of the Radnor Township ordinance.
I never heard anyone say Dr. Traver supported it. No, that's not what I heard.
What he said was...
That's okay. This is my comment. Thank you very much.
What he said was that he's part of the university, and I'm sure he'll work with the university to do good stormwater practices there.
Yeah, and I wanted to just say, while you were still up there, that I kind of agree with a lot of what you're talking about in regard to stormwater. And our ordinance is not current, but we're talking about a zoning ordinance here. And I'm sorry, we can't load this zoning ordinance down, at least that's my personal view, with things that go into stormwater and architectural design and heating and ventilating and don't pick up trash during the evening hours. Yes, sir, your name.
Good evening. My name is Eric Quisenberry, 6 Rodney Road. I live about 300 yards from the university, and I rise in support of the amendment this evening. Mr. Canicula also helped me get a variance for a home that I just rebuilt, specifically because I went to Villanova University and graduated from Villanova University, had the fortune to work downtown for a while, had the fortune to work at Villanova for a while, worked elsewhere, and have returned to work for a business that we just moved from Radnor to the Villanova Center with another Villanova grad. We live in Radnor Township. He's buying a home in Radnor Township, so we can take care of or have all the benefits that come with living in Radnor Township. We think a benefit of Radnor Township is the investment that universities like Villanova, Cabrini, and Eastern make it a viable township to return young entrepreneurial taxpayers to the area. I guess I don't have a lot to do with my free time, so I will come and speak on behalf of this. I think I represent what would be a very, very silent majority. I think you hear from a very vocal minority. Now, I wouldn't get up and represent myself to be the leader of township groups or residents groups, nor do I have the funds to employ a lawyer to fight on behalf of the university with a group of friends of mine. I appreciate that the residents have done that. I think the university has been wise to compromise in many of their ways, but I would much rather have a scenario where something is passed where Villanova and other universities can spend substantial capital expenditures to invest in the township as opposed to being potentially limited in what their growth could be in the future. Traffic is not great. I live at 6 Rodney. I commute all the way to the Villanova Corporate Center before I have to go on 476, less than a mile. There is traffic, but the problems that come with traffic usually represent a vibrant and healthy community. I'd rather have a little traffic than no place to shop, no good stores, no great university of higher education. So I believe I do speak for a vast majority of people that don't come to the meetings, don't write letters, don't throw their arms up, but will be in great support of this investment that Villanova is going to make to beautify the Pike, as well as other investments that universities are allowed to make under the ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quisenberry. Anne Marie?
I've been saying Anna Marie Hessman, Farley Cohen Lane, Rosemont. I've been saying for a number of months that this is the wrong way to do this, that the CICD, although I guess in technical terms it's not spot zoning, clearly it's supposed to be just for the Villanova show, which if you're going to change the law in Radnor for institutions, first of all, why just Villanova? Why should just Villanova have the benefits of the changes that you're making? And if those changes are so desirable, why don't you want them in your own wards, those of you who don't have Villanova in your wards? This is the wrong way to be doing this. It creates a lot of complexity, a lot of density, and I ask that you think of all the people who are going to have to live with it, the undue burden that you're putting on the immediate community, which is sleepy, quiet, and very much loves Villanova and is influenced by Villanova. I myself was baptized there, my first Holy Communion, my confirmation, I had all those things there. It's very much an important part of my community and probably always will be. But the building density, out of all the acreage that they own, to try and heap all of these projects into this one spot, which is already congested and dense, is really unreasonable. And I am very concerned that I'm seeing a consistent block of voting about against every attempt to make it more reasonable. What we ask, those of us who are engaged and willing to step up for this project from the neighborhood, is that you make it more reasonable. In the words of St. Augustine, in the absence of justice, what is the state but organized robbery? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hessman. All right, I don't see anybody else. We'll try now not to duplicate what other people have said. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Paul DeSanctis. I live on Rodney Road, very close to the university.
Paul DeSanctis?
DeSanctis, yes.
DeSanctis, thank you.
I live on Rodney Road, very close to the university. Again, I'm not opposed to the university, and I really don't want to repeat everything everyone else has said, but since some people have said that they represent a majority, I just thought, you know what, I need to speak up. I am opposed to the ordinance because of the fact that, well, many things had already been said here, but I just ask that you would please consider the needs of the residents who have already spoken up and expressed their concerns, And please take that into consideration. We do live very close to the university. Our quality of life is going to be negatively impacted if you do pass this ordinance as it is written. I think we, as neighbors, have been working closely with the university to propose an alternative, and would just ask that you would please, please consider the residents and taxpayers who live in this community and really do want to work and be good neighbors with the university. But please consider what we want, and don't just blindly pass this without giving it really consideration and more thought. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSanctis. Mrs. Scherer? Elaine Scherer?
Elaine Scherer. I live at 231 South Ithan Avenue. And the first gentleman who spoke from Rodney Road mentioned about a silent majority. And as I look around, I'm one of the only people from Ward 4-2, and we abut what is going on. And a lot of those people, they know it's going to happen, and I think we're for it. And the parking lots, the dorms will be a great gateway to the township. The parking lot with all the cars and all the cracks and everything, let's get rid of it. And we can talk about having another planner. We can talk about this. It can go on and on and on. And I think it's just to postpone the whole thing. And I think once we get started, there will be a few modifications, I know, and it'll come out and people will appreciate it in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Scherer. All right, I don't think I see any more people coming forward, and it's 10 minutes after 10. And we now have concluded public comment. I don't think there's any comment from the staff on either side of the room, is there? Hearing none. And I'd like to now start with commissioner comments from Commissioner Booker first, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I think that the problem with this is not Villanova's wanting to have a new dorm. I'm certainly not opposed to that, and I don't think that most of the folks are. The problem with this is the methodology, and I've talked about this several times. This really does void portions of our zoning ordinance and goes against our goal of a green country town. Route 320, especially in Lancaster Avenue, that intersection is very much going to be impacted detrimentally. And several of my constituents have talked to me about that and deal with that problem. And this is going to exacerbate the existing conditions. Further, there's overdevelopment in the second ward and this area of Lancaster Avenue. And it starts with this development, and then further west, we'll have the new Caruso development at 771 Lancaster. And then around the corner, we will have the Biomed development at 145 King of Prussia. And then further down the road and just around the corner is a large expansion that's going to be before the zoning hearing board later in April for Mainline Health. And what we see is the second ward really getting overdevelopment to kind of pay for several of the other amenities that are in the other wards. So I think the people in my area are rightfully concerned about this on the whole, although there are many people who are for this. This overdevelopment is coming on the backs of the second ward. The second ward pays the most taxes as a ward in Radnor Township, twice as much as the first ward, for instance. And on this board, I'm the one who pays the most property taxes out of all the board members here. I'm not, thank you very much. Now, that's fine. This is where we chose to live, but we do want to have a say in how we move forward. So I don't think that it's too much to ask for Villanova to adhere to the setbacks. I don't think that that's too much to ask. And I don't think that we should approve this ordinance the way it's drafted for the many reasons that have been expressed, both by the public and by other commissioners. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you. Commissioner Curley, go ahead, please.
Very good. So I'll start out with some general reasons. These reasons apply to why I did not support the amendments that were offered earlier also. So I chose to present my reasoning at one time comprehensively. So first, in general, I think the CICD is superior to the base zoning, and I think it's superior to the other alternatives that we've seen so far. So for this reason, I'm supportive of it. The specifics of the reasons. First, as I followed this process over the 2 years, the setback was the number one issue that seemed to separate the two sides. And so this is the one, the explanation as to why I am supportive of this, despite the setbacks being contrary to what some want and what some other bodies advised us to do. The idea that I see when you have a problematic piece of land, you need to internalize the problems, meaning part of why Route 30 is a dead zone or alongside it is a dead zone is because it's difficult to have activity on that. And so when you have very large setbacks on roads like Route 30, you create large dead zones that parallel Route 30. And that is very problematic. One way that you overcome that is you move the buildings closer to that activity, and then it internalizes the problem. An example of this is something that happened with Cabrini at the intersection of, it was Eastern, at the intersection of King of Prussia and Eagle. Originally, the building was presented with a large parking lot between the building and the road. And the Planning Commission turned that around, put the parking lot internal, and now that parking lot, which is sometimes a problematic thing, becomes an internal problem to the university. This is something that the University of Pennsylvania is doing. If you look at the architecture of the University of Pennsylvania, at one time it was a fortress to keep the residents out. That has completely changed its orientation. If you look at the Annenberg Center, the entrance was actually physically moved from one side of the building to the other. The idea is that we can't take these universities, if we want them to be part of our community, we can't take them and build a fence around them, build a moat around them, and isolate them. We have to have them engage in the community. And in my opinion, this setback, as it's set, is the prudent setback. I believe it's better than the recommendation from our Planning Commission, and I believe it's better than the recommendation from the Delaware County Planning Commission, which is why I'm supporting it. It's a minor detail. It might not mean that much to you, but in the November letter that the Delaware County Planning Commission sent to us, in which they indicated their concern with the setback, they also specifically indicated that there are appropriate times to have setbacks less than the 60 feet that they identified. So they were at least acknowledging that there can be prudent times to have smaller setbacks. There has been a lot of concession from all parties, myself included. There are elements in this that I'm not especially supportive of, that I am supporting because others in the community, specifically groups like yours, have come and asked for these things. I was ready to approve this in January. There was a sizable output from the community to incorporate Planning Commission recommendations, and we incorporated many of those Planning Commission recommendations. We did not, or this board did not adopt the setback one, and I did not support the setback for the reasons that I identified earlier. But there have been a lot of changes, and there has been a lot of input from the community, and especially from this group. Regarding the other elements that are the differences, I will. Some of them might be harmless, some of them I'm not supportive of, some of them I could come to support, but we've taken 2 years to get to this point, and I can't go through those other items in 2 weeks and decide if they are good or bad. So in my opinion, where this ordinance is ready to go, I believe it's in the best interest of the township, and I intend to support it tonight. There's also been there's been some requests, well, what are the benefits? Well, I do see many benefits of this. One, I see there's a land preservation element to this. So there's a set aside of land, and I believe that that's advantageous to the township. I believe the setbacks are preferable. The setbacks in some areas are more restrictive than the base zoning, and I think that's a benefit to those who live immediately adjacent to the community. I was also on the Planning Commission for 5 years, and I've been on this board for 4. The reason I say that is that I've been a part of a lot of the conflict that occurs between the institutions and the neighbors that surround them. And one of the lessons that I have from that is the importance of keeping the universities on the university. We went through this with the law school, where the university wanted to spill out away from the university and go to the corporate center, and the public process put them back onto the university. And I see this as the university's attempt to take some of those activities that are occurring off the university and bring them back onto the university, and I think that's prudent. In sum, as well, I think what we're trading is location and footprint and traffic distribution, but the reality is that the negative consequences that I'm hearing people complain about are coming from the building, not the CICD. And in my opinion, if assume the building is going to happen, the CICD is a more prudent way to construct the building. So for me, that's another reason for my support. And then last, I think we're getting a great gateway. It's a terribly unsightly area. It's everything you would not want that gateway to your township to be. And I believe that at the end of this, we will convert it into buildings that will last centuries and will convert that ugly macadam parking lot into something that is prime and very important. So in sum, I'll look at those other considerations in the standalone ordinances like we've talked about, but I intend to support it tonight because I believe that on balance, it's doing more for the university and it's better than the base zoning or any of the alternatives. More for the township, excuse me. Thank you.
For all that. For 25 years as a commissioner, the goal of Radnor Township has been to get as many students on campus as we can. And, it's a shame that if you become a senior, you have to move off campus. So this accomplishes that goal, which the township has been pushing for years. I represent the parking lot. It's ugly. I look forward to a building being built here and beautifying that area. As far as the setbacks concerned, they keep talking about the Wayne Business District and hiring a planner. We hired a planner for the Wayne Business District, and what did he say? Move the buildings out to the street. Any redevelopment, move the buildings right out to the street and put the parking in the rear. Create a town. And that's what we're creating here. We're putting the buildings right out. We're creating a wow factor on Lancaster Pike for Villanova and for the residents of Radnor Township. And this will be the most impressive thing on Lancaster Pike. And it's a good thing. And I support it 100%.
Commissioner Nagel, please.
Well, like Commissioner Curley, I think the CICD is a superior ordinance. I do totally appreciate everything the Friends to Preserve Radnor have done. And separate from tonight's action, I'm going to ask for support from my fellow board members to have the document you provided reviewed. Because what we need to do, and what you've identified, is our codes need revision. CICD is not the place they belong. They belong in the master code. I made that point earlier tonight about stormwater. I believe that we can afford the neighbors the protections they talked about tonight and that are in those drafts. It's built into the conditional use process. I plan to look at your document and the standards you cited as we sit in the conditional use process. And actually, I believe Villanova is more than willing to follow those. The lighting, there are some minor things like 20-foot trees being planted, which seems a little extreme, but they might be willing to do that. With regard to traffic, I don't know if we were all at the same presentation, because I heard different things and saw different things than some people have cited tonight. I could be wrong. But I saw the improvement, the traffic from this. But the issue of 320 and 30 and what DVRPC is telling us is irrespective of CICD and what Villanova is doing. Their changes they identified in 2011, they need to be addressed. As far as pedestrians, kids' behavior, and we all have crystal balls. We don't know how the kids are going to perform. So you build it in a fashion which encourages the good behaviors you want to see. For example, right now I've been arguing with Villanova about a point, which is the ability to come out of the dorms right onto the pedestrian walkway that's going across, rather than come to the ground floor and go back up. Because quite frankly, once they get to the ground floor, I don't think they're going to use the pedestrian bridge. So we're going to be working with them during that process. Another thing I think a lot of people fail to recognize is Lancaster Avenue there is a road that goes through a college campus. It's not two college campuses on either side of the road like we have on Eagle Road with Cabrini and Eastern. And I think this unifying construction using the same construction materials and designs as are on main campus, plus the bridge as an introductory factor or a limiter, I think are really going to bring that area together. Regarding stormwater, I know very well that Villanova will do the maximum they can for stormwater. They have in-house expertise, and I'm personally going to be on their back to do the maximum they can on that site. Everybody needs to recognize the conditions we have today, which is 100% impervious. And that water goes into John's ward and comes into my ward. That's where it goes. So I'm absolutely going to be on their backs about that. I just overall believe the CICD is a superior product and it will accomplish our goals. Not Villanova's goals, our goals. And that's why I'm voting for it.
I wish there was something I could say to make this better, but I don't have the power. There's no point in me commenting on what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes, but what I will do is promise the public that all of the recommendations that you've put forth will be used by me and probably the board during conditional use approval. That's the best I can do at this point. The second thing I will do is similar to what John said, is actually as soon as this vote is over, under new business, I will ask that staff review the language from this F2PR to incorporate into Section 280 of the zoning code. Whether or not it catches Villanova before they get a plan submitted is another question. But to John's point, if we're not going to get these code revisions into the CICD, that we need to get them into 280. And as part of that, I will ask that we also bring the stormwater into the zoning code as presented. Aside from that, you know, I think it has been a compromise. I've seen a lot of compromise here. I think it's very clear to me that the community has worked very hard to make this a better outcome. 2 years ago, Villanova came to us with a plan with 0-foot setbacks. We're now 35-foot setbacks, so it's a significant improvement, but we all know that we would like to see that to be bigger. They also came with taller buildings. We had a 5-story parking garage when it started. Now we have a 3-story. We've distributed the parking under the concept plan outside of the zoning. The idea is that Villanova is willing to work with the community on this. I'm getting more satisfied, but I'll assure you, everyone on this board has a bias. I graduated from Villanova. Villanova is the parish for many of the people in the room. So we all have a bias. But the difference is that most of you out there, 100 of you at one point tonight, aren't just biased, you're impacted. The zoning code is there to protect the impacts on your lives. The zoning code is there to protect your quality of life. It's there to ensure that the standards of development are compliant with the existing character of the neighborhood. This zoning code doesn't necessarily fix that. In fact, it may harm it. So I'm not going to support the code because it doesn't have any of the protections I need for my residents, for my constituents. But as a concession, I'm hoping the board recognizes the good work that you did. I hope that the board has the fortitude to put these code revisions into Section 280 where they belong. And I apologize to all of you for not being able to pull this off because I know you worked hard and your hearts were in the right place. So, best wishes.
John, you've been a great advocate. You really have. All right, I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm going to talk, and I don't think I'm going to please a lot of people in the audience. A lot of my friends who know me from my earlier term on the Board of Commissioners, and I was fighting for different things then. I intend to vote for the ordinance, and there's 7 reasons or 7 supporting issues for doing so, and I beg your indulgence. I normally would speak off the cuff, but I worked all weekend on this, and I did not have time to rehearse it, so it's in writing rather than pretty much up here in my head. I've studied this for 2 years. I've read every piece of paper. I have met with residents in the 4th Ward, with Commissioner Schaefer and Commissioner Nagel. I've met with residents on Aldwin Lane and Garrett Hill with Commissioner Fisher. I have not taken this lightly, and as I said, I'm going to vote for it. And here are my reasons. First of all, I think it's what the overwhelming majority of the people in the Township of Radnor want, notwithstanding the fact that we have a number of people in the audience who have been vocally opposed to this for, it's really 27 months, not 2 years. I look at my mailbox. I look at my inbox, my email inbox. I look at my voicemails. I don't get anything. I mean, I get things from the 7th Ward, from Garrett Hill. I get things from Anne Marie's area. But the people I represent, no. And over all the township, 7 wards, I think I can safely say that the overwhelming majority of people support this. And I was elected to serve the will of the majority, not just in my district, but in the township as a whole, and that's what I will do. Now, I want to address the concerns of the opponents. The ordinance will have an effect on your community. There's no doubt about that. I don't want to minimize your feelings, because I know they're genuine. I honestly feel that people oppose this because they don't like change. And ultimately, I do believe, honestly, that this will have minimal adverse effect on people that live near it. We have a regulatory scheme in Radnor that is second to none. I lived in North Florida for 4 years. I can tell you, developers did whatever they wanted there. In Radnor, in conjunction with our state agencies, we regulate air, we regulate water, we regulate dust, we regulate construction, we regulate noise, we regulate, I don't know if we regulate odors or not, probably do. It's not as if we have a third world or developing world regulatory scheme here. We have a very fine one. And if Villanova does build this, they are going to be subjected to intense scrutiny. Now, many of the neighbors' requests have been adopted. I think Don has said that, and John has said that. For example, well, those that have not, moving the setbacks from 35 feet to 60 feet, to require an Ithan Avenue, Lancaster Avenue intersection to be moved back so that you would have a better sight line. As Commissioner Nagel pointed out to me, well, you've got traffic signal there. Why do you need an especially wide sight line? Also, you have requested to increase the amount of pervious surfaces to increase the riparian setbacks, the tree heights, the caliper of the trees, to require 45% of all building areas to be landscaped, et cetera. The university has said they will not build if all these changes are imposed. You also want increased stormwater regulations, stricter lighting standards, noise regulations, architectural standards. We've talked about all that. I support those things, but I don't think they belong in this comprehensive integrated college development ordinance. Among or between our Planning Commission and Delaware County Planning Commission, studies and changes created also by our zoning officer, there were 20 changes made to the original Villanova ordinance, including, and I'm going to quote very quickly from Mr. Kochanski's memo of October 31st, minimum tract area was changed so as to exclude Valley Forge Military Academy and College. The CICD has to consist of one contiguous area that cannot be separated by arterial roads, major collector roads, and railroad rights-of-way. The size of the CICD was reduced to 15 acres. There's 20 of these. I'm not going to read all of them. Setbacks for major collector streets were added. A maximum building coverage per individual building was added. Revisions to building structure length were made to require variations in articulations for the entire building height. The riparian buffer has been increased to 50 feet. And a development impact study at the end of the ordinance is now required. So this is not Villanova's ordinance. This is our ordinance. This is the township's ordinance. It's been reviewed, as I said, by 2 planning commissions. I think our Radnor, the committee that implements our comprehensive plan has reviewed it. All of those organizations speak for Radnor. So all in all, I believe the community's voice has been heard. Not perfectly, not 100%, but I think you've been given a fair voice. But at some point, we have to say a vote has to be taken. I want to address the district that I represent, which has Cabrini College and Eastern University in it. And much has been said about that, the dangers of this ordinance to those 2 institutions, or to the neighborhoods, I should say. And Mr. Leonardi submitted or sent around a aerial photograph with some superimposed fictitious, I won't say fictitious, imagined construction elements on that photograph. Let's address that. First of all, you have to remember, Eastern and Cabrini can do a lot of development today without this ordinance. This ordinance actually will improve the chances of the neighborhoods being insulated from problems. As it's been mentioned, I forget who it was, the setbacks, and I've got a map here, you can't really see it, are significantly back from the planned institutional. In other words, the existing law setbacks are more liberal than the setbacks at Cabrini and Eastern would be under the CIDC. Mr. Leonardi's photos don't seem to be, and his imposed created development structures don't seem to be to scale. But even if they are, as I said, the setbacks are much improved under the CIDC. Now here we'll get really into the details, and this is important though. Villanova's site is asphalt. Cabrini and Eastern are fragile sites. They can't do the same things on their parcels that Villanova can do on its. The aerial photos that Mr. Leonardi sent around actually show, according to my expert over there, Mr. Kochanski, show buildings on top of steep slopes. At Eastern, the development is directly on top of and through streams and floodplains. That's what our friend produced. And people see this and they run with it and they say horrors. Cabrini and Eastern neighborhoods are going to be ruined. In fact, the stream, and Mr. Kochanski points out, if this were reality, that we would require permits from the Corps of Engineers under the Rivers and Harbors Act. You didn't say that, but I looked it up. In fact, the streams at Easterns would have to be relocated. Streams would have to be relocated, which is an untenable idea. So, and there are other problems with it. I'm not going to go on, but Mr. Leonardi concludes by saying the CICD would confer the irrevocable right to develop projects with substantially greater freedom from ordinary zoning restrictions than they would otherwise enjoy. Well, that just isn't true. Please, the fallback is to planned institutional zoning. Now, I want to move on. I want to move on now to the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission. Yes, there are going to be more pedestrian trips at Ithan Avenue, 6604. There will be more vehicles on Lancaster Avenue. But look, folks, we cannot lay the problems of Lancaster Avenue, the Lincoln Highway, on the shoulders of, exclusively on the shoulders of Villanova University. Can't do it. How many of us take the bus when we want to go down to Suburban Square in Ardmore? No, we go in our vehicles. We all contribute to it, myself included. Have we ever told any developer along the main line that he or she cannot build any more houses because it would add additional vehicles on our roads? There are bright spots in the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission study. I really think the bridge over at Church Walk is going to attract a lot of people that otherwise would use the Ithan Avenue intersection. It's safer. People getting off the Route 100 train will want to go to the north side of the avenue, will use the crosswalk, the elevated crosswalk rather than the surface crosswalk. So lastly, I want to, well, there's two more points. Villanova University. I did some research with the help of Bill White, our Director of Finance, and came up with some economic figures. First of all, I should mention that Villanova is a plus in Radnor. It's an intellectual center in research, engineering, arts and sciences, nursing, theology, philosophy, and graduate education, including business. I'm sure that many other Pennsylvania municipalities are green with envy for the burnished reputation that Radnor has as a result of Villanova's president. Now, I'm going to quote quickly from a consultant that the university hired in July of 2011. Villanova produces $130.7 million in direct expenditures in Delaware County. It employs 1,090 in Delaware County and pays $4.1 million in salaries and wages for a total economic impact of $229.8 million. The state of Pennsylvania numbers are even higher. In Radnor, the university pays business privilege tax, business license taxes, sewer charges, police overtime, municipal services tax, permits and fees, and some real estate tax and school taxes. The average annually for the last 6 years of all these taxes is $1,430,000. And in the last 4 years, ending in 2010, the university has paid Radnor $2,845,000 in building fees. Now, I'll stipulate with you that the study, and I've got it here, it can be called biased because it's done by a Villanova consultant. But even if you dismiss half of those numbers as puffery, it's still a very substantial impact for the betterment of our community. I'm going to skip one area, and that is how Radnor depends on our institutions in order to grow. But I want to wind up by talking about the so-called flawed process that's been talked about. People tell us that we're rushing into the CICD. Let's look at the record. Villanova first presented the idea informally in December of 2011. That's 27 months ago. There have been, I counted 6 Board of Commissioners meetings. Somebody else said there was 10. Mr. Kachansky has helped me out with the Planning Commission. There have definitely been 10 Planning Commission meetings. There was a zoning petition hearing held by our board in September 2013. The ordinance has been introduced and reintroduced dates have been set, et cetera, et cetera. Our manager has met countless times with residents. Our police department studied the Ithan Avenue problems. Our traffic engineer, Ms. Kaminsky, told the Villanova traffic engineer how and why their study was faulty and incomplete. They changed it as a result. Our Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee studied the Villanova proposal. Our zoning officer reviewed and revised the ordinance countless times, and individual commissioners, as I said, met with residents. We have deliberated and studied the ordinance for 27 months. I hope that's a long time unless we are not using the Gregorian calendar. It's now time to act, so I'd like to have the vote on the motion. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I, just real briefly.
Yes.
You brought up the economic impact numbers that we had shared. I just want to make sure everyone understands that that was a study that Villanova had engaged on and that they had published a year or two ago. That wasn't anything that the administration worked on, but those were Villanova's.
Yeah, I know that, sir. And you pointed me in the direction, and I think I made that disclaimer, that raised that caveat in my comments.
Well, no, you didn't. You said that working with Bill White, you developed those numbers. That's what you said first. So that's a big clarification. I appreciate that.
Sorry.
I heard Jim
I have it
say
right here.
that, no, he said the numbers potentially biased because they were produced by Villanova.
All right, fine.
And I cited the study.
You said first, you and Bill worked on it.
I did not say that. Right. We have a motion on the floor to adopt Ordinance 2013-21, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations for a new comprehensive integrated college development use within the PI Planned Institution District. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 4-2. Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
We have public
New
comment.
business.
We actually have a few more
Okay.
items to get through. Before we get, on our agenda, we do not have old and new business, but I do believe there is an item of new business that I think we'd all like to see introduced, so I'm going to add that into our agenda and call for old or new business. Would you like to
Am I
introduce
up?
that?
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I think by administrative code, we are required to have new business and old business on every agenda the Board of Commissioners has, so.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
we're putting it
and I
on.
appreciate that. Yeah, so I have two items of new business. We have, I had mentioned before the vote that we have a draft CICD language from the Friends to Preserve Radnor. I would like staff to look at those elements that I had tried to introduce into the CICD, to look at those elements, and this is to Kevin Kachansky. Kevin, I'd like you to take those elements from the Friends to Preserve Radnor and come back to the board with suggestions of how to incorporate them into Section 280. Not into the CICD, but can they be under plan institutional? So,
Absolutely. May I make a recommendation that some of those may be better fitted in other ordinances and that we could provide
wherever
you
you,
with
yeah,
that
wherever you
recommendation
see
as well.
fit, but to make sure that they're put into, and you come back to us with some locations and language.
So
The language is written at this point.
Wouldn't
Yes.
it be, I mean, would not it be more consistent with the things that I've been, with how you want to do it? If we have a discussion about whether those things are prudent and then decide,
No,
as opposed to just tell him to do it.
No, I have the right under the charter to ask.
And I'm saying that it's, in my opinion, it's a mistake to tell Kevin to incorporate them.
No, I'm not saying to
What we should do
incorporate
is we
them.
should set up a process to evaluate.
Yeah, the
them.
process is Kevin is to develop the language insertions for us to preview, to determine whether or not we would like to from a political and policy standpoint. So if you don't allow him to do that, then I can't decide whether or not they should go into our code. So again, we have draft language. Anyway, I'm directing staff now to please take those code segments that have already been put in front of us and to let us know where
he's
they
making
can
a
be
motion to
inserted
direct
into our
staff.
zoning code.
All right, would somebody like to second that motion? Actually,
No, I'm sorry, there does not require a motion on this. I'm directing staff to take information that already exists, to come back to us with advice of where to put the
No,
zoning code.
I think you do need a motion.
Yeah, I think you
The
need a
board
motion.
directs
Why
staff.
would you not need a motion?
Individuals don't
John?
direct staff.
Well, no, except
board
in a
can.
public meeting.
No,
So,
no, that's not how it works.
Well-
You have to have the board, a majority of the board
Okay.
direct. But don't worry about it. I think you'll get a majority
yeah,
of
that's
the
great.
board.
Well, the
Okay.
interpretation I have of the charter is a little bit differently. But go ahead.
So I would just ask, if you don't want to do this, I can make move for an amendment, that I agree with that, I'm going to support that, but I would like to see priority given to one particular item, and that is the stormwater. I would
Sure.
like work on that to go
Well, that was
first
my
and-
next
and
piece, but-
expeditiously.
Yeah.
More, and that would be the first thing that staff spends their time on and that we move forward with.
All right, and
Well-
can I make a similar suggestion then to this, to come to the same end? That before we start with the particulars of language and where, we start with the concept of what? I mean, I believe we've had this problem many times. We start with the particulars, and then we spend a long time arguing about the particulars when we should discuss the concept, decide if we want the concept, and then if we want the concept, then we adopt the particulars.
And I agree with Don. All due respect, let's not rush into this. We just let at least 3 institutions not have to deal with these different things, right?
And my ask is that we get them.
So let's take it. I think we can take them separately and review them, and before we insert them on a wholesale fashion.
So
is there
what
any other
what
comment?
methodology do you suggest we
Okay,
do?
so my suggestion is that you take all of those elements, you identify the concept that's in that element, and then we, as a board, discuss that concept, and we decide if we are in agreement with it. And if we are, then the next step is to direct staff to provide the particulars of the language and the particulars of the location. They bring that back, and then we have either the introduction of that if it's an ordinance or whatever form it takes in order to
Well,
convert it into
I
law.
don't agree, and I'll tell you why. In this instance, we have the particulars. We have the actual language that we would want, okay, if we decide we want to go forward. What I'm asking staff to do is to say, where would this be inserted? Give us a draft ordinance, amending 280, PI, not the CICD, but PI.
Right, and respectfully, I think we have the language that you want, but I don't know that that's the language that the board wants.
And that's great, Don, but, why don't we just strip WBOD now? Why don't we just agree that we're going to take that apart as well? And let's take apart the Garrett Hill zoning district, too. Because all of a sudden now, this board is going to go in a new direction that we've never gone in before. New direction, right? The old direction was refine the zoning code to protect the residents. That's the direction we've always gone in.
Madam
Refine
President,
the zoning code,
can I-
excuse me.
can I-
Refine the zoning code to improve the outcomes of zoning. And this is exactly what happened in WBOD. This is exactly what happened in Garrett Hill. And all of a sudden now, the world according to Don. Don's going to tell me.
Okay,
and tell
listen,
us-
John,
John.
leave it be.
I'm
This
a little
motion has
Madam
been
President.
made and seconded.
Madam President, if I
Yes.
may, before, is it possible, I'd recommend that as the items that you've spoken about from that ordinance, I think all the commissioners have spoken about taking those, is authorize the solicitor to actually prioritize these by a list, and then let the board come back and say, yes, move forward on this, it should go this direction, this one should go in this particular direction, this one goes in this particular section of the code. So this way, then the board has the ability to say, yes, this is where it needs to go. And then this way, the solicitor who knows where these things go can actually give this back to the board and say yes to go on each particular item. That'd be my recommendation.
That's
Fine.
what I interpreted
Yeah.
your, right, I mean, for staff to do
And
that.
it's really important to know, and one of the things, John, WBOD and Garrett Hill notwithstanding, one of the things we've identified over the years, and I know John has spoken about it many times, is that we have a fractionated code. We have things here, there, and everywhere, and they really belong in a uniform position. Only those things that are unique to the WBOD or the Garrett Hill should be in those. And I think having John identify the sections that are appropriate based on this lovely draft ordinance we got would be very helpful.
Most of what you're talking about that was in that, the neighbor's ordinance, are performance standards like lighting and trash, and
stormwater, you have a separate stormwater management ordinance. It's outside of your zoning code. It's outside of your subdivision code. It's a standalone ordinance. So that, you know, I would probably want to talk to Roger Phillips and Steve about what to do with what was proposed by the neighbors in terms of the stormwater management ordinance. But, so that would be that piece. The rest of it would be either in zoning or SALDO, those performance standards. You know, and that would be a policy decision. Where do you want to put that? Sometimes some of those things are in zoning, sometimes they're in SALDO. You put them in zoning, though, then you get variances all the time because you have a built-up community. You're not starting with a raw piece of ground anywhere. So I think you want a requirement, but you want some flexibility with it too. So that would be pretty easy to do. Performance standards in one list, and then the stormwater would go into the standalone stormwater ordinance.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to direct staff to put those together with a priority on the stormwater. That comes first and foremost. We've had commissioner comment. Is there any other staff comment? Is there any public comment? I think I did. Is there any other public comment? I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
It passes 6-1. All right, any other new business? And is there any public comment? All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam President, if I may, just real quick plug,
Yes.
We have our Greenways and Open Space Network Plan Committee. It's been working on the update of the ordinance. We have our second public meeting on April 14th at 7 p.m. in this room. So please have the public attend and show up for preliminary recommendations for that project.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, we are adjourned.